In May 2011, a chilling crime unfolded in the quiet market town of Huddersfield, West Yorkshire, England, that would shock the public and test the absolute limits of human endurance. At the center of this ordeal was Michalina Lewandowska, a 27-year-old Polish national who had moved to the United Kingdom in search of a better life. She was a dedicated mother to her 3-year-old son Jakub, whom she loved more than anything in the world. However, her domestic life was deeply complicated. She shared a volatile on-again, off-again relationship with her boyfriend, Marcin Kasperzak, also 27. The couple had previously been engaged, but the relationship was an exhausting cycle of breaking up and reconciling, rarely maintaining stability for more than a few months at a time. Kasperzak was an aspiring bodybuilder whose obsession with his physical appearance had spiraled into a severe addiction to anabolic steroids. Over time, the heavy steroid abuse altered his personality, fueling a volatile temper, deep-seated paranoia, and an increasingly controlling nature. The relationship had deteriorated to the point where Michalina was actively planning to leave him for good. Rumors had begun circulating that she intended to take their young son and return permanently to Poland. Terrified of losing control and furious at the prospect of his son being taken across Europe, Kasperzak formulated a sinister, meticulously planned plot to permanently eliminate Michalina. The execution of his plan began with a deceptive gesture of goodwill. Knowing that Michalina loved fashion and missed the affection he used to show her, Kasperzak sent her a text message out of the blue asking if he could take her on a shopping trip. Lately, Michalina had been turning down his invitations, instinctively creating distance between them. Her initial reaction was to refuse this request as well. However, she realized that her mother was already looking after little Jakub that afternoon, leaving her with a rare day of absolute free time. Thinking that a shopping trip might provide a peaceful opportunity to talk, or at least offer a pleasant break from her daily routine, she decided to accept. She took a shower, styled her hair, and meticulously got ready for the outing. In a poignant twist of fate, she even decided to slide her diamond engagement ring back onto her finger, a piece of jewelry Kasperzak had given her during happier times, which she had long stopped wearing. A short while later, Kasperzak arrived at her home. When Michalina opened the front door, she welcomed him inside, expecting to head out to the car together. Instead, the moment the heavy front door clicked shut behind him, Kasperzak's demeanor instantly changed from a casual boyfriend to a cold-blooded predator. Without a word, he produced a high-voltage stun gun and tased Michalina directly in the neck and body. The violent electrical current coursed through her muscles, instantly paralyzing her and sending her crashing heavily to the floor. Before she could process the blinding pain or comprehend what was happening, Kasperzak lunged on top of her. He aggressively bound her ankles and her wrists behind her back with heavy-duty packing tape and then stuffed a gag into her mouth to stifle her screams. As she lay completely helpless on the floor, terrified and confused, Kasperzak walked over to the front door, opened it slightly, and signaled to his car parked at the curb. And one 8-year-old accomplice named Patrick Boris emerged from the vehicle and hurried into the house. Together, the muscle-bound bodybuilder and his teenage friend grabbed Michalina and forcibly crammed her into a small, rigid cardboard box that Kasperzak had prepared. The box was so restrictive that Michalina had to be violently compressed into a tight fetal position just to fit inside. Once she was stuffed inside, they folded the cardboard flaps over her, sealed the seams securely with multiple layers of thick packing tape, and carried the box out to the car, slamming it shut inside the trunk. With Michalina trapped in total darkness, the two men got into the front seats and drove toward the remote, rugged outskirts of town. They eventually parked in a secluded lot adjacent to a vast, dense forest. Armed with the cardboard box and 2 heavy shovels they had brought along, Kasperzak and Boris walked deep into the thick woods. They intentionally veered far off the established walking paths, trekking deep into the undergrowth where no casual hiker or passerby would ever venture. When they were satisfied that they were entirely isolated, they dropped the box onto the forest floor. Using their shovels, the two men dug a shallow, narrow grave in the dirt. Once the hole was deep enough, they dragged the cardboard box containing the terrified young mother and dropped it into the earth. Working efficiently, they shoveled the displaced dirt back over the box, burying it completely. To ensure she could never push her way out, they dragged a massive 90-pound log directly over the top of the grave, creating a heavy, suffocating barrier. Believing they had committed the perfect crime, Kasperzak and Boris walked out of the woods, leaving Michelina to die of slow suffocation. Inside the dark, cramped box, Michelina was fully conscious. She could hear the terrifying thuds of dirt landing on the cardboard above her head, followed by the heavy scraping of the log being positioned over her. Her instincts screamed at her to thrash and fight back immediately, but her sharp intellect warned her to stay perfectly still. She knew that if she attempted to escape while her captors were still standing directly above the grave, they would simply hear her, dig her back up, and kill her instantly through far more violent means. Enduring an agonizing, claustrophobic silence, she forced herself to wait a painful amount of time until she was absolutely certain the sound of their footsteps had faded into the distance. When she knew she was entirely alone, a wave of pure adrenaline hit her. She tried desperately to wriggle out of her restraints, but because she was wedged into a strict fetal position with her hands taped tightly behind her back, she lacked the leverage to pull her arms free. The oxygen levels inside the small box were depleting rapidly, and the heat from her own breath made the air thick and unbreathable. As panic threatened to paralyze her mind, her fingers brushed against the diamond engagement ring on her hand. She realized that the sharp, hard edges of the diamonds could act as a makeshift blade. With agonizing effort, she began rubbing and scraping the diamond accents against the thick layers of packing tape binding her wrists. She worked relentlessly, ignoring the friction burns on her skin until she finally felt the structural integrity of the tape give way. With a forceful snap, her hands came free. Now able to move her upper body, she brought her hands to her front and began frantically clawing and punching at the thick cardboard lid directly above her head. The cardboard, weakened slightly by the damp earth pressing down on it, finally tore open. However, breaking the box brought a terrifying new danger. A heavy torrent of loose, dark dirt immediately poured through the opening, burying her face and filling her mouth and nose. Michelina began to choke, her lungs burning for air as she fought off the encroaching darkness of unconsciousness. In that desperate moment, she focused entirely on the thought of her 3-year-old son, Jakob. She knew that if she died in this forest, her son would be left entirely at the mercy of the monstrous man who had put her here. Driven by pure maternal survival instinct, she used her bare hands to dig upward through the collapsing soil, aggressively pushing the heavy dirt aside and fighting the immense weight of the 90-pound log blocking her path. With one final explosive surge of strength, she managed to squeeze her body through a narrow gap beside the log, bursting through the surface of the earth into the open air. Gasping for oxygen, covered in dirt, and bleeding from her fingernails, Michelina dragged herself completely out of her own grave. She stumbled blindly through the dense forest until she reached a nearby roadway where she frantically flagged down a stunned motorist. The driver immediately called the police and comforted her until emergency services arrived on the scene. Marcin Kasperzak was arrested shortly thereafter. He boldly claimed to police that he had merely intended to scare Michelina and never meant to kill her, but the mountain of evidence told a drastically different story. During the trial, the prosecution highlighted the sheer ruthlessness of burying a human being alive in a taped box. The jury ultimately found Marcin Kasperzak guilty of attempted murder, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. His teenage accomplice, Patrick Boris, was found guilty of kidnapping and received a sentence of 4.5 years in a young offender institution. Michalina Lewandowska's miraculous escape remains one of the most astonishing examples of human resilience and maternal love, overcoming a calculated act of pure malice. The Tuskegee Syphilis Experiment. In 1932, the United States was tightly gripped by the devastating economic collapse of the Great Depression. While the entire nation suffered, the consequences were felt most acutely by impoverished communities in the deeply segregated American South. In Macon County, Alabama, where over 80% of the population was African American, families lived under the rigid, oppressive rules of Jim Crow segregation. Among them was Charlie Pollard, a 26-year-old black farmer who, like most of his neighbors, lived a life of extreme poverty. He resided in a simple wooden shack that lacked basic necessities like window screens or furniture, and slept on piles of laundry spread across the floor. For the men of Macon County, securing any kind of work was a rare blessing, and those fortunate enough to find labor earned less than $1 per day. Under such harsh financial conditions, access to professional health care was an unimaginable luxury that none of them could afford. Therefore, when a rumor began circulating through the county that the federal government was sending medical professionals to provide free healthcare exams for African American men, Charlie was thrilled. He had never seen a doctor in his entire life, and the prospect of a free medical checkup seemed like an incredible, life-changing opportunity. Within days, the rumors were confirmed when workers from the U.S. Public Health Service arrived in town and set up a temporary clinic inside a local one-room schoolhouse. Charlie eagerly joined hundreds of other local men lining up outside the building, waiting patiently for his turn. When he finally stepped inside, a health worker informed him that they would be conducting a simple blood test. Charlie willingly rolled up his sleeve, struck out his arm, and trusted that these government officials had his best interests at heart. A few days later, Charlie received the results of his blood work. The medical staff told him that he had tested positive for bad blood. In the rural South at that time, bad blood was a non-medical, colloquial term widely used by locals to describe a massive umbrella of ailments ranging from fatigue and anemia to indigestion. The government workers deliberately kept the details vague, never explaining what the diagnosis actually meant or what specific disease Charlie had contracted. Instead, they quickly pivoted to an enticing offer. Because of his diagnosis, they explained, Charlie was officially eligible to enroll in an exclusive, government-sponsored medical treatment program. If he agreed to participate, the government would provide him with completely free medical care, free transportation to and from the clinic, and a hot, nutritious meal on every examination day. Furthermore, the officials added a final, sobering clause. If he happened to pass away while enrolled in the program, the government would pay his family $50 for burial expenses, provided they allowed the doctors to perform a thorough autopsy first. To a dirt-poor farmer facing starvation during the Great Depression, the promise of free hot meals and burial insurance was a massive relief. Deeply trusting the authority and benevolence of the United States government, Charlie signed up without hesitation. He was not alone. Approximately 400 other African American men from Macon County, mostly uneducated and desperate for aid, joined the program under the exact same pretenses. At the very beginning, the program operated precisely as promised. Charlie and the others would arrive for low-key medical checkups, enjoy their hot meals, take a few routine pills, and undergo standard blood draws. However, the nature of the examinations soon took a surprisingly painful turn. The doctors began subjecting the men to regular, excruciatingly painful spinal taps. The procedures were so invasive that they left the men completely bedridden for weeks at a time, suffering from blinding headaches and severe back pain. The participants had never been informed that spinal taps would be part of the regimen, nor did they understand why they were necessary. Yet, because of their deep-seated respect for the medical establishment and their desire to be cured of their vague bad blood, Charlie and his peers endured the agony without resistance. Tragically, the entire program was built on a monstrous lie. The initiative was not a treatment program at all. It was a covert, highly unethical clinical study, officially known as the Tuskegee Study of Untreated Syphilis in the Negro Male. When the doctors tested Charlie's blood on that very first day, they discovered he had syphilis, a severe, highly contagious bacterial infection that ravages the human body in 3 distinct stages over the course of a lifetime. The Public Health Service had intentionally selected Macon County because the region had an exceptionally high syphilis infection rate of around 35%, and because they knew the impoverished, uneducated population would be incredibly easy to deceive. The true, sinister objective of the study was to observe what happens to the human body when syphilis is left completely untreated until death. The pills and fake treatments given to the men were nothing more than placebos designed to keep them compliant and ensure they kept returning to the clinic. The profound cruelty of the experiment reached a definitive turning point in the 1940s, when penicillin was discovered and recognized worldwide as a highly effective, definitive cure for syphilis. Instead of doing the humane thing and administering the antibiotic to save the lives of the participants, the leaders of the study actively chose to withhold the cure. They went to extreme lengths to ensure the men never found out about penicillin and never received treatment from outside sources, as curing the men would completely ruin their long-term data. When World War II broke out in 1941, Charlie and several other young men in the study attempted to enlist in the military to fight for their country. However, the study's directors intervened, successfully blocking the men from the draft and informing military boards that these individuals were part of a specialized government medical program. This was done solely to prevent military doctors from discovering their syphilis and administering penicillin. As the decades dragged on, the devastating effects of untreated syphilis began to decimate the group. While Charlie was incredibly fortunate because his specific infection had seemingly gone dormant or burned out without causing severe physical deterioration, his friends and neighbors were not so lucky. Men throughout Macon County began developing horrific rashes and open sores across their bodies. Their bones and joints ached constantly, their hair fell out, and they suffered from chronic burning fevers. Over time, the late stages of the disease caused internal tumors to form, disintegrated their skeletal structures, and attacked their central nervous systems, leaving many men completely blind, deaf, paralyzed, or insane before finally killing them. Through it all, the survivors remained completely oblivious to the fact that their own government was intentionally allowing them to rot from the inside out. The deception finally shattered in 1972, a staggering 40 years after the study had first begun. A junior public health assistant named Peter Buxton, who had spent years internally protesting the horrific ethics of the experiment to no avail, finally leaked the classified records of the Macon County program to an investigative journalist. On the 25th of July 1972, the Washington Star broke the story on its front page with a shocking headline exposing that hundreds of syphilis victims had been intentionally left untreated by the government for 4 decades. The public outcry was immediate and immense, forcing the government to abruptly shut down the study. At 66 years old, Charlie Pollard finally learned the horrifying truth about what bad blood actually meant. He realized with profound grief that at least 28 men had died directly from the infection, over 100 had died of related complications, and dozens of wives and children had been inadvertently infected. Feeling completely betrayed by the country he respected, Charlie contacted a civil rights lawyer and filed a massive lawsuit against the federal government. The case resulted in an out-of-court settlement where the government agreed to provide free lifetime medical care to the survivors and their families, along with a cash payout of $38,000 to each of the 74 remaining survivors. Armed with his compensation, Charlie quietly returned to his simple life as a farmer in Macon County, carrying the heavy memory of the friends he had lost to one of the darkest medical scandals in American history, until he passed away peacefully on April 29, 2000, at the exceptional age of 94. The kidnapping and murder of Mark Kilroy. In March 1989, 4 young college students from East Texas packed their bags and embarked on a road trip to South Padre Island, a highly popular resort town nestled just off the southern coast of Texas. Like tens of thousands of other American students that year, they were eager to celebrate their annual spring break by soaking up the sun on the beach, unwinding from the stress of university life, and enjoying the vibrant local nightlife. After enduring a grueling 9-hour drive across the state, the exhausted friends arrived late at night and went straight to sleep. The following morning, they hit the beach to enjoy some drinks and soak in the vacation atmosphere. By the afternoon, looking to elevate their spring break experience with a bit of international adventure, the 4 friends decided they would cross the border into Mexico to experience the nightlife in the city of Matamoros, a destination famous for its cheap drinks, lively dance clubs, and relaxed regulations. That evening, they piled into their car and drove roughly an hour southwest to the border town of Brownsville, Texas. They parked their vehicle on the American side and walked across the international footbridge spanning the Rio Grande River, stepping directly into the bustling streets of Matamoros, Mexico. Their first night was an absolute success. They grabbed a quick bite to eat at a local burger joint before diving into the crowded bars and clubs, dancing and drinking for hours before safely returning to their hotel in South Padre Island. Having had so much fun, they decided to repeat the exact same itinerary the very next night. Once again, they drove down to the border, crossed the footbridge, and immersed themselves in the high-energy party scene. However, by the time they decided to call it a night and head back to the United States, the streets of Matamoros had become overwhelmingly congested with thousands of rowdy tourists. The sea of people was so dense that navigating the sidewalks was nearly impossible, causing the 4 friends to naturally split into 2 separate pairs to maneuver through the crowd. The lead pair moved quickly through the mass of people, eventually making it to a gift shop located right at the foot of the International Bridge, where they stood and waited for their companions to catch up. The trailing pair consisted of 21-year-old pre-med student Mark Kilroy and his close friend Bill Huddleston. As they walked, Mark suddenly spotted a young woman standing near a house whom he had chatted with earlier in the night. Wanting to briefly say goodbye to her, Mark stepped out of the flow of the crowd to approach her. Seeing that Mark was occupied, Bill took the opportunity to quickly step down a dark adjacent alleyway to urinate. The entire detours took no more than a few moments, but when Bill emerged from the alleyway, both Mark and the girl were completely gone. Assuming that Mark had finished his conversation and simply walked ahead to join the other 2 friends at the bridge, Bill didn't panic. He walked up to the gift shop and met with the rest of the group, but his heart sank when he asked where Mark was, and the others replied that they hadn't seen him at all. Growing increasingly concerned, the trio backtracked into the chaotic crowd to search for their missing friend. They returned to the exact spot where Mark had been talking to the girl, but the area was empty. Trying to rationalize the situation, they convinced themselves that Mark must have already crossed the border on his own and was likely waiting for them at their parked car on the Texas side. The 3 friends crossed the bridge, but when they reached the vehicle, Mark was nowhere to be found. Desperate for answers, they drove all the way back to their hotel room in South Padre Island, clinging to the hope that he had taken a taxi back with the girl. When morning arrived and Mark's bed remained empty, they knew something was terribly wrong. They immediately rushed to the local police station to file a missing person report. At first, authorities failed to take the case seriously, as hundreds of spring breakers went missing every year, only to turn up 24 hours later with a massive hangover and a hazy memory. But as a full day passed without a single word from Mark, law enforcement realized this was not a typical case of a partying student. American and Mexican police launched a joint investigation, deeply aware that Matamoros held a dangerous underbelly, but with absolutely no leads, the case quickly began to languish. The horrifying truth behind Mark Kilroy's disappearance would not come to light until 3 weeks later, entirely by coincidence. Just outside of Matamoros, a drug smuggler made the fatal mistake of speeding right through a routine police checkpoint without stopping. A high-speed police pursuit ensued, leading authorities deep into a rugged, rural, mountainous area where the suspect finally stopped at a secluded ranch known as Santa Elena. After taking the smuggler into custody, the police noticed a local ranch worker standing nearby. On a complete whim, one of the officers pulled out a photograph of Mark Kilroy and asked the worker if he had ever seen the young American. Terrified and trembling, the worker looked at the photo and nodded, admitting that he had indeed seen the boy. He explained that the drug smuggler and his associates had brought Mark to the ranch in handcuffs weeks prior. The worker then slowly turned and pointed up the hillside toward a small, isolated wooden shack about 400 yards away, stating that was where they had taken him. As the heavily armed authorities began to hike up the mountain toward the shack, they noticed a large, ominous metal cauldron sitting prominently on the front stoop. When they closed within 50 yards of the structure, they were suddenly hit by an overwhelming, stomach-turning stench of death and decay. Stepping inside the shack, the officers discovered a scene of such raw, visceral horror that even the most seasoned, grizzled law enforcement veterans were left completely shaken to their core. Under aggressive interrogation, the captured drug smuggler broke down and confessed to the entire nightmare. He revealed that his organization was not just a cartel, but a highly organized, dangerous cult led by a charismatic and sadistic Cuban-born man named Adolfo Constanzo. Constanzo practiced a heavily distorted, dark version of an Afro-Caribbean religion called Palo Mayombe, fusing it with his own twisted beliefs to form a black magic cult. Constanzo convinced his followers that by performing ritualistic human sacrifices, the gods would grant them supernatural power, absolute invincibility against rival gangs, and complete invisibility from law enforcement. Crucially, Constanzo taught them that the sacrifices could not be quick or painless. The victims had to endure extreme torture and die screaming, as the cult believed that the greater the agony inflicted before death, the more powerful the spiritual protection would be. Mark Kilroy had been target of opportunity for this madness. On the night of his disappearance, while Bill was in the alleyway, a man in a red pickup truck pulled up to Mark and called him over under the guise of needing directions or help. Being a naturally kind and helpful young man, Mark walked over to the vehicle. The moment he reached the window, 2 cult members jumped out from a nearby building and aggressively tried to wrestle him into the truck. Mark, who was a tall, athletic, and physically fit young man, managed to violently fight the 2 men off and broke into a dead sprint down the street. Tragically, he only made it 2 blocks before a second vehicle filled with cult members cut him off. At gunpoint, they forced Mark into the car, bound him, and drove him out of Matamoros to the remote ranch. Mark was held captive in the back of a car overnight, and the next morning, the cult members wrapped thick duct tape entirely around his face and eyes, leaving only a tiny slit for his nostrils so he could breathe. They marched the terrified, blindfolded college student up the hill to the sacrificial shack. Mark spent several agonizing hours being subjected to unspeakable atrocities by Constanzo and his fanatical followers. Finally, Constanzo brought the nightmare to an end by striking Mark in the back of the neck with a heavy machete. The depravity did not end with his death. Following their ritualistic protocols, the cult members surgically removed Mark's brain and placed it inside their sacred cauldron, known as a prenda, where it was boiled alongside animal blood, sticks, and old bones to create what they believed was a magical protective brew. They then severed his legs and inserted a long, sturdy wire directly into his spinal column, fishing it through his torso before burying his remains in a shallow grave next to the shack. They left the end of the wire protruding up out of the dirt like a lead, intending to use it later to easily pull his decomposed bones out of the earth so they could fashion them into ritualistic jewelry and good luck charms for the cartel members. A systematic excavation of the Santa Elena Ranch unearthed the remains of Mark Kilroy, alongside 14 other victims who had been lured, tortured, and sacrificed in a similar fashion. Investigators estimate that Adolfo Constanzo and his cult were responsible for the ritualistic murders of anywhere between 16 and 26 individuals, many of whom were rival drug dealers or innocent bystanders who simply possessed good spiritual energy, according to the cult leader. When the police finally tracked Constanzo down to an apartment complex in Mexico City a short time later, a violent shootout erupted. Rather than facing justice and spending the rest of his life in a prison cell, Constanzo ordered one of his own loyal followers to turn an automatic rifle on him and open fire, killing him before authorities could breach the room. 5 of the surviving high-ranking cult members were successfully captured, stood trial for their horrific roles in the mass murders, and were each sentenced to over 60 years in prison. Mark Kilroy's tragic fate remains a dark and harrowing chapter in criminal history, illustrating the terrifying depths of human fanaticism and the absolute randomness of evil. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On the night of the 25th of August 2011, a 23-year-old woman named Risa Dura and her husband, Hioki Dura, were sitting together on their couch. They were in their apartment in Kanazawa City, Japan, and they were just watching some TV. And as they sat there, they were both laughing hysterically at what was on the screen. It was their absolute favorite show, a hidden camera comedy prank show. For them, this was the perfect way to end the day, just sitting here together on the couch, laughing their heads off. Risa and Hioki had only been married for 4 months. They were still deep in that newlywed bliss period where they spent basically every possible second they could with each other. When Hioki wasn't at work, the two of them were always out and about. They'd go out to eat at their favorite restaurants, they'd go to the movies, or they'd take little day trips to the beach, since Kanazawa City was right there on the coast. And whenever they were out, they were constantly talking about how lucky they felt. They truly believed they had found their perfect match in each other. They were married, and this was what the rest of their lives was going to look like. Just being together, happy. They felt like the luckiest people in the world. Risa and Hioki had actually known each other for a long time. They first met when they were just kids in middle school. But back then, Hioki was extremely shy. He was so quiet that he really didn't speak to Risa at all. He had a crush on her, but he never let it show. So, nothing ever came of it. But then, years later, after they had both finished college and were starting their adult lives, they just happened to run into each other again. And this time, Hioki, who was still a bit shy but had grown more confident, decided he had to tell Risa the truth. He confessed to her that he had always loved her all the way back in middle school, and that he still did. Risa was totally shocked by this. She had always kind of felt something for him too, but because he was so quiet, it just never seemed like he was interested in her at all. So to her, this was this incredible revelation, but it was more than just a surprise. It was incredibly romantic. It felt like something out of a classic Hollywood love story. This quiet boy she knew from her childhood had been harboring this secret love for her all these years. And so, when he finally confessed his feelings, she pretty much immediately said yes to a date. She was so excited And from that very first date, it was just a total whirlwind. They fell completely and totally in love, and within a year, they were married. They ended up settling in Kanazawa City mostly because of Hioki's job. He worked for a company that was based in the city, and he was doing really well there. He was considered a rising star. Every time Risa would meet one of his coworkers, they would rave about him. They'd say what a hard worker he was, what a natural-born leader he was becoming. Risa was so proud of him. But more than that, she felt inspired by his drive and his passion for his work. It made her want to find a really fulfilling job for herself, something she could be just as passionate about. So, she was actively on the hunt for her own career. But for the moment, Risa was still in that phase of trying to figure out exactly what she wanted to do. She had so many interests and was always jumping from one thing to another. She had this huge, insatiable curiosity about the world, and she absolutely loved trying new things. This was a wonderful quality, but it also made it really hard for her to choose just one single path for her life. But Hioki was incredibly supportive through all of it. He treated Risa like she was royalty. He always told her that whatever she wanted to do was completely fine by him as long as it made her happy. He just wanted to see her smile. So for now, as Risa sat on the couch next to Hioki, laughing at this funny show, her mind started to wander. It drifted away from the television and away from her ongoing job search and landed on Hioki's birthday. It was coming up very soon, and she felt this immense pressure to do something really, really special for him. A big part of that pressure came from the fact that Hioki always did something incredibly thoughtful and amazing for her. For her birthday, for any special occasion, he really knew how to celebrate her and make her feel loved. She didn't want to underwhelm him with her gift. Plus, this was going to be the first time either of them had a birthday now that they were officially married. So Risa wanted to go all out. She wanted to plan something that Hioki would never, ever forget. But as she sat there on the couch trying to brainstorm the perfect birthday celebration, she just kept drawing a blank. It felt like the only thing she could really focus on that they shared was their romantic nature. They were both very romantic people. So whatever she did, it had to be romantic in some way. But how? She wasn't sure. In many ways, she and her husband were very different in how they expressed their affection. Hioki was still that quiet, reserved person he'd always been. His displays of affection were usually very reserved and private just for her. But Risa, on the other hand, was a massive extrovert. She was full of energy, and so her displays of affection were often over the top, big, and boisterous. So Risa was really struggling, trying to think of how she could combine their two styles of romance into one perfect celebration. And then, all of a sudden, it was like she had an epiphany. She saw it perfectly in her mind's eye. The perfect way to celebrate his birthday. She didn't even know what had inspired it, it just came to her in a flash. She would take her husband out for a very romantic walk on the beach at night. But then, at the end of the walk, there would be this huge surprise. An over-the-top fireworks display just for him. It was the perfect idea. It was romantic, and it was a little crazy, just like her. 2 days later, on a Saturday afternoon, Risa and 6 of her friends were at Osaki Beach. This was the beach where the big birthday surprise was going to happen that very night. Risa had spent the previous day, while Hioki was at work, planning out all the details of the party. But now, on the day of, there was some actual physical setup that needed to be done. This wasn't just going to be a walk on the beach with some fireworks. There was another element to her plan, a secret prank element, and she needed her friends' help for that. So, on this afternoon, they were walking along the beach looking for the perfect spot. The spot needed to do 2 things. First, it had to afford Risa and her husband some privacy, so it would feel very romantic and intimate. But it also needed to have a good vantage point for her friends, a place where they could hide and watch the couple. They needed to be able to see Risa's signal so they would know exactly when to light the fireworks. And so Risa and her friends are walking along the sand, scanning the coastline, and then they see it. There was this private, sort of secluded section of the beach that had a long row of thick shrubbery lining the back of it. It was perfect. The bushes would be a perfect hiding spot for her friends. And the beach itself, down on the sand, was nice and private and peaceful. They all agreed this was the best spot for the big party. So, they got to work. Her friends went up into the bushes and started getting their fireworks ready, figuring out the best way to set them up for a quick launch. Meanwhile, Risa went down to the sandy part of the beach, and she prepped the area where she and Hioki would be standing. The final touch was laying out a big blue sheet on the sand. This would be their mark, the spot where they needed to be for the surprise to work perfectly. Once the blue sheet was in place, she walked back up to her friends in the bushes. They all confirmed that everything was ready to go. Risa told her friends the plan was to be back there that night at exactly 10 p.m. with her husband. She told them they should probably get there a little bit earlier, just to make sure they were all set up and hidden. They all agreed, and then they packed up and left the beach. As Risa left the beach that afternoon, she found herself feeling incredibly antsy. She was just so excited about this big surprise party she had planned for that night. She just wanted it to be 10 p.m. already so she could finally reveal everything she had in store for Hioki. But she also knew she had to play it cool. She couldn't give away any hint that she had this big surprise planned. So, when she got back home where Hioki was waiting, she acted like everything was totally normal. When she walked inside, she told Hioki to just go relax on the couch while she made them both a very nice dinner. She wanted to pamper him a little bit. When dinner was ready, the two of them sat down at the table. Risa pretended like she had absolutely nothing planned for his birthday weekend. She casually asked him, "Hey, what should we do this weekend to celebrate your birthday?" They talked about maybe going to see some friends or going out to a movie, just brainstorming ideas. But of course, it was all a big act. Risa knew exactly what they were doing that night. Later, when it was getting kind of late and it seemed like Hioki was maybe thinking about heading to bed, Risa made her move. She said, "Wait a minute. It's your birthday weekend. Let's not go to bed just yet. Let's go for a walk on the beach." What a great romantic idea that would be. Hioki was a little surprised by the suggestion, it being so late, but he thought about it for a second and then said, "Actually, yeah, that sounds great. Let's go for it." As soon as he said yes, Risa could barely contain her excitement. She knew she had this amazing, incredible thing planned for him down at the beach, and it was about to happen. This was going to be awesome. And so, she and her husband quickly cleaned up the dinner dishes. And then, just before 10 p.m., they left their apartment, got in their car, and started heading to the beach. About 10 minutes later, they parked at the end of a dead-end road right near the beach. When they got out of the car, they were surrounded by bushes on all sides of the road. But there was a little sandy path that cut through the bushes and led down to the open beach. As Risa led Hioki down this path and onto the sand, she quickly realized she had a very big problem. There was virtually no moonlight. The sky was overcast, and it was basically pitch black out on the beach. This was a huge issue. Remember, she had put out that blue blanket to mark the exact spot where she and Hioki needed to be. It was their position marker, so that her friends, who were hidden nearby in the bushes, would know when and where to light off the fireworks. The entire plan, the entire surprise, was contingent on them getting to that blue blanket. And it was so dark that not only was Risa unable to see the blue blanket from a distance, she could barely even see the sand right in front of her feet. It was so dark it was almost eerie out there. And you have to remember, this was in 2011. You couldn't just pull out your cell phone and turn on a powerful flashlight. That feature didn't really exist yet. So the best they could do was to pull out their phones, tap on the screen to wake them up, and use the little bit of light coming from the home screen to try and guide their way. After walking on the beach for just a short ways, Hioki actually stopped Risa. He said, "Hey, I don't think it's safe to be walking on the beach right now. We really can't see where we're going at all. Let's go back to the car and see if we have a flashlight." But Risa knew her friends were already in position. They were waiting in those shrubs down the beach, ready to light off those fireworks. And she figured they probably couldn't see very well either. She started to worry that if she and Hioki didn't get to the spot soon, her friends might panic. Maybe they'd think something was wrong, or maybe they'd light off the fireworks prematurely. She didn't know what might happen, but she was starting to get worried that her whole perfect plan was falling apart. She couldn't afford to be late. And so she told her husband, "No, let's not go back for flashlights. Let's just keep walking. It's no big deal. The sand is flat." And so the two of them continued walking along the beach, holding up their dimly lit cell phone screens to try and guide them. But pretty quickly, Hioki started to notice that Risa seemed really anxious, and she was walking way too fast. This was supposed to be a peaceful, romantic walk on the beach, but Risa was walking like a woman on a mission. She was striding ahead of him, clearly trying to get somewhere specific. But he didn't understand where she was trying to go. Finally, he called out to her and said, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you walking so quickly? What are we doing out here?" And so finally, she just stopped. She turned and looked at her husband, and she was about to tell him what was actually going on. She felt like the surprise was ruined at this point anyway, and she basically needed his help if they were ever going to find this blanket and figure out where they needed to be. But right as Risa opened her mouth to tell her husband what was going on, suddenly it was like the whole world went completely black. There was no more ambient light from their cell phones, no more minimal moonlight, nothing. Just absolute blackness and then a sudden, jarring silence. At that exact same time, Risa's friends were not that far away, hiding up in the bushes just like they had planned. But, much like Risa and Hioki, they had also been dealing with the problem of not being able to see anything. It was so incredibly dark. They had gotten into position, but they couldn't even see the sand clearly from where they were hiding. They had absolutely no idea if Risa and Hioki were in position or not. But they could hear them. They could hear the faint sound of Risa and Hioki talking, somewhere out there on the sand in the darkness. The friends were whispering back and forth to each other in the bushes. How are we going to know when they're actually in position? How are we going to get the signal to light off the fireworks? We can't see them at all, and so the friends were feeling really unsure about what to do. They were straining their eyes, peering out onto the dark sand, trying to see Risa, trying to see Hioki. But again, they couldn't see them. They couldn't even see the blue blanket that they knew wasn't that far away. And so they were just looking and listening, and they could kind of tell that the voices they were hearing were probably Risa and Hioki. And it sounded like they were moving in their general direction. But then, suddenly, they heard screams. The screams were coming from the same direction as the voices they believed were their friends. At first, for just a split second, they thought the screams might actually be the signal. Like a loud, crazy signal to light off the fireworks. But the screams didn't sound happy. They sounded like somebody was in serious trouble. And critically, as soon as the screaming started, it abruptly stopped. It was just a couple of high-pitched, awful screams, and then total silence. Absolute, total silence on the beach. And again, they couldn't see anything. So, they had no idea what was going on. They didn't even know for sure if that was Risa and Hioki, but they had a terrible feeling that something was wrong. So they abandoned the fireworks plan completely. They left their hiding spot in the bushes and they charged out onto the beach. They were looking all around, shouting their friends' names, but they still really couldn't see anything. They couldn't even find the blue blanket, and they knew roughly where it was supposed to be. And so they're running around the beach in the dark. They're calling out for Hioki and Risa, but they're not hearing anything back. For a full 30 minutes, they were just running around in a panic, looking for their friends, just knowing in their gut that something bad had just happened. And then, at some point, one of the friends doubled back. They went roughly to the area where they knew the blue blanket was supposed to be. And that's when they made a discovery. It would turn out that when Risa and Hioki were out on that beach, walking around in the total darkness, Risa actually did find the blue sheet that she had set up. Except it was so dark that even though they were, at one point, literally standing on the blanket, she and Hioki couldn't even tell it was that dark. Now, that might not seem like it would be catastrophic until you consider what was underneath that blanket. So, 2 days earlier, when Risa had her big epiphany about how to create the best birthday ever for Hioki, she had been inspired in part by the show they were watching on TV. That hidden camera comedy show that she and Hioki both loved. The show was called Arashi's Big Secret, and its comedy really came from the over-the-top pranks that the show's hosts would pull on Japanese celebrities. And one of those pranks, a recurring one, was to dig a large hole on the beach, cover it up, and then trick somebody into accidentally falling into it. And so Risa thought, what a great idea. What if I dig a hole on the beach, cover it up, and then after our romantic walk, I'll have Hioki fall into the hole as a funny prank. And then my friends will immediately fire off those fireworks. It'll be like he's on the game show that we love so much. It was supposed to be a perfect combination of a romantic, fun time on the beach, a harmless prank, and then a big birthday celebration afterwards. It was, in her mind, the perfect plan. However, Risa had made a terrible, fatal miscalculation. On the game show, when they would dig these holes in the beach, they would cover them with a very specific material. It was basically dried foam, almost like styrofoam. The instant one of their contestants or celebrities stepped directly on the foam, it would immediately break and they would fall safely, feet first, into the hole. But what Risa did was different. After she and her friends dug this deep hole, getting ready for the big party, she covered it first with a thick, rigid piece of plastic. It was almost like a thin sheet of plywood, but made of hard plastic. So she covered the hole with that, and that was the platform. And then she covered that platform with the blue sheet so that to the naked eye, it just looked like the ground was level underneath. In Risa's mind, this rigid piece of plastic would break the instant her husband stepped on it. She thought it wasn't that strong. Maybe it was strong enough to hold him for a second, but it would definitely snap in the middle and he would fall in, just like on the show. But in reality, when she and her husband inadvertently walked onto that blue sheet without even realizing it because it was so dark, that piece of plastic didn't break. It was too rigid. Instead of breaking, the plastic just suddenly tilted to one side. It acted like a trapdoor. This caused both Risa and her husband to suddenly tumble forward, both of them headfirst into this deep hole. And as they fell, their weight on the edge of the hole caused a massive avalanche of sand to pour in from all sides, completely covering the two of them up. And so Risa and Hioki, they screamed for just a second as they began to fall into the ground. And then suddenly, they were upside down and completely buried all the way to the top by heavy, wet sand. That's why it went silent after the screams. It was because they were completely buried alive. Risa's friends, after searching the beach after hearing those screams, they would eventually find the blue blanket. It was partially submerged in the sand. They really didn't know what had happened, but because of the screams and what they were now seeing, they just immediately called the authorities. When the emergency crews came out to the beach, it would take them nearly 30 minutes to finally dig Risa and Hioki out from that hole. But by that point, it was far too late. They had both suffocated to death. One morning, in the winter of 1856, a 27-year-old explorer named Dr. Edward Fogel sat down for breakfast. He was at the home where he was staying in the city of Abashir, which was in a kingdom called Wadai in Central Africa. Edward poured himself a cup of milk, and then, even though the table in front of him was full of warm breads and cakes and porridge, Edward called a servant over. He asked her to please get him a plate of boiled eggs. But the servant just apologized and explained, "I'm very sorry, but we don't have any eggs this morning. We are all out." Edward was disappointed, but he just thanked the servant anyway, and she left. Edward was visiting Africa from his home country of Germany. He was on a map-making expedition, and he'd been staying in Abashir for the past 2 weeks. So far, all the local food he had tried really upset his stomach. Everything except for eggs. So, for literally every single meal since he had arrived, the only thing he would eat was eggs. And now, because they were out of eggs, despite there being all this other perfectly good food to choose from, he knew he couldn't eat it without getting sick. And so, he would just have to go hungry. But outside of the food issue, overall, Edward thought the city of Abashir was okay. He had been given the chance to meet the king, who had then arranged for him to stay in this very nice home that was owned by a local noble family. And the area itself was extremely beautiful. Edward was on track to be the very first European to successfully make a detailed map of it, which meant that he would essentially be creating history. But Edward just really was not getting along with the local people. They seemed to him to be kind of suspicious of him for no reason, and Edward couldn't believe it. They didn't seem to care at all that he was this famous map maker who had come all the way there from Germany to literally put their, what he considered to be, insignificant city onto the map of the whole world. Why didn't they appreciate that? He just couldn't understand it. And now, adding insult to injury, Edward couldn't even eat any breakfast. And so, feeling pretty annoyed, despite all the effort the family had clearly made to feed him that morning, Edward stood up from the table and he left to go spend the day exploring. He walked out into the front courtyard of the home, where another servant was waiting with Edward's horse. Edward spent most of his days in the city just kind of riding around and drawing maps of the streets and the alleyways. But today, this servant warned Edward that he really ought to stay inside. The servant told him it was not safe for him to go out into the city today. At this point in time, the kingdom that Abashir was a part of was at war with several neighboring nations. And so, as a result, everybody in the city was very worried about spies. This meant they were extremely suspicious of any foreigners, like Edward. Now, for the most part, the locals had sort of put up with his presence so far, but to them, it just seemed like he was always watching them, always writing in his notebook, but never talking to anyone. And so they had started to gossip about him. But Edward, after being given this warning by the servant, did not take it seriously at all. Instead, he kind of scoffed and said, it's no big deal. I'm not going to be out there for very long anyways. Nothing's going to happen. He then told the servant that he had another plan for the day. His big plan was to leave the city of Abashir and go to this nearby mountain. He wanted to climb up the mountain and get a bird's-eye view of the entire city from the top to help him finish his map. But when Edward said that, the servant looked truly horrified. He told Edward that he simply could not do that because the mountain Edward was clearly talking about was sacred. Nobody was allowed to climb it. It was a very important rule to the people who lived there. But to Edward, this warning didn't land at all. Instead, he just saw it as more evidence that the locals just didn't appreciate what he was doing for them. He was on a very important mission, a mission that was, in his mind, far more important than anything that was sacred to them. And so Edward, he thanked the servant for the warning, but also basically said, look, I'm going to do what I'm going to do because this is really important. And so he said, I'm going to go hike that mountain and I'll see you tonight when I drop off the horse. And then Edward climbed onto the horse and he rode off. But Edward didn't come back. He didn't come back that night, or the day after, or the day after that. And pretty soon, it became very clear that Edward Fogel was missing. Word of Edward's disappearance ultimately made it back to Germany pretty quickly, specifically to the Geography Society that had sent him to Africa on this map-making mission in the first place. So the Geography Society and the German public were very concerned, and they sent several search parties to Africa to go look for Edward. But despite multiple serious attempts over several years, nobody ever found him or figured out what happened to him. And because of this, Edward sort of became famous back in Germany. People began to see him as this brave explorer who thirsted for knowledge and went daringly into the unknown. They imagined all sorts of dramatic and tragic things that might have happened to him. Maybe he had been assassinated by a rival kingdom or taken prisoner. Or maybe he discovered something holy or ancient that he wasn't supposed to see. And so, in time, the story of Edward Fogel got bigger and bigger. He became like a symbol of German pride. This was our great explorer. He had done something amazing, clearly. Also adding intrigue to this already very bizarre mystery was the fact that all of the people who actually went to Africa to look for Edward, all the members of those search parties over the years, literally every single one of them died. Now, we know how those searchers died. It was due to local violence or disease or just plain bad luck. But it sort of added to the intrigue of this mystery. The idea that everybody who went looking for Edward didn't come back, that became part of the lore. And so this mystery just continued to grow and grow. It was passed around and things were embellished and things were fictionalized until finally, almost 20 years after Edward disappeared, another explorer named Gustav Nachtigall decided that he was going to be the one who finally figured out, once and for all, what actually happened to this guy. And so, in the early winter of 1874, Gustav is now in the courtyard outside of his apartment in Abashir. He had actually traveled to Africa to begin his search for the answer. What happened to Edward? And he's standing in this courtyard along with his translator, whose name was Ahmed. The two of them were sitting across from an elderly man who was friends with the current king of Abashir. This elderly man had, at one point, lived in one of the apartments across this very courtyard. And so Gustav asked this old man if he had ever met with a European man about 17 years earlier. And Ahmed translated the question for him. And the old man said, yes, he had. He remembered that one European man had come to meet with the king around that time. He said the man had always been writing in this notebook, but he had never seemed to want to speak to anybody and had, for the most part, just kept to himself. But the old man said that, beyond his general impression of the guy, he really didn't know anything about him. He had no idea what he was doing there or what ultimately happened to him. So at this point, both Gustav and Ahmed had been in Abashir for 2 months. And in that time, they had been trying to ask around and see if anybody remembered Edward. And so far, they had run into a few people who did seem to remember him, like this older man, because it was pretty rare to see a European person in the city. But unfortunately, nobody had any specific information on how or when Edward had disappeared. Or, in the rare case that they did seem to know more, they refused to talk about it. And so for Gustav, on the one hand, this was incredibly frustrating. All he wanted was the truth. But on the other hand, as he ran into more and more people who seemed apprehensive to even talk about Edward at all, that sort of suggested that maybe something really bad did happen to Edward when he was in Abashir. And if that was the case, if some horrible fate befell him, Gustav knew there was one person in this city who almost certainly would know the truth. But Gustav basically couldn't ask this one person any questions about Edward without being incredibly offensive. Because this one person was the current king of Abashir, King Ali. And it would have been his father who had met Edward and arranged for him to stay with that noble family when he was doing his map-making. And so, for Edward to have been killed or captured, or if something horrible had happened to him while he was in Abashir, well, King Ali's father would have had to have given the okay. Or he would have at least known about it and been okay with it. He would have known something, making him complicit in whatever happened to Edward. And so to ask King Ali, hey, what do you think happened to Edward? You could be potentially suggesting that his own father did something terrible. But it was more than that. What Ahmed had told Gustav was that you don't just risk offending the king by asking those questions. You might actually be executed for offending the king. And so, what Gustav decided he needed to do, because he was so dead set on trying to solve this mystery, is he still needed to find a way to talk to King Ali about Edward, but without losing his life. He had to come up with a very clever way to get this information out of the king. A few weeks later, Gustav and Ahmed had still not yet come up with a clever way to speak to the king. They couldn't figure out a way to approach the subject without horribly offending him. And so the two of them were in Gustav's apartment eating lunch when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Gustav got up, he went to the door, and when he opened it up, it was a courier. The man told Gustav that he was part of a caravan that had just arrived there from North Africa, and he had some mail for Gustav from back home. He had letters from Germany. He just handed the whole bundle of mail to Gustav. And Gustav, who did not get mail very often, was very excited. He said, "Oh, thank you." He took the mail, thanked the guy again, shut the door, and went back into the common room. And he just began going through the mail, looking to see who had sent him something. And as he was doing it, he suddenly had this great idea. It had nothing to do with what was actually written in the letters. It was just the concept of receiving mail that suddenly gave him this brilliant way to talk to the king. The very next day, Gustav and Ahmed walked into the royal palace in Abashir. When they walked in, they eventually made their way into this bright and airy courtroom. And in this courtroom, on the other end, against the far wall, was King Ali sitting on his throne. So Gustav and Ahmed immediately went over to the king, and they greeted him and they exchanged some pleasantries. And as they were doing that, Gustav, he knew that that same caravan that had come through the day before with his mail had also made a stop at the palace. He knew they had presented the king with all these lavish gifts like a silver tea set and gold watches and all this luxurious fabric. And so Gustav was really hoping that those gifts had put the king in a really good mood, because that was a big part of his plan. At some point, after the pleasantries had stopped, Gustav actually referenced the caravan. He told the king that, in fact, they had also swung by his place and dropped off this big bundle of letters from back home. And he said he was really happy about it. And the king kind of seconded that and said, "Oh yeah, they gave me all these great gifts." Yes, it was so wonderful. And so they're kind of talking back and forth about how great this mail delivery was when Gustav tells this incredible lie to the king. He tells the king, he goes, all those letters, it was really great to hear from home, from my friends, from my family. But there was this one really weird letter in there that I didn't even know who it was from. Now, this letter didn't exist. This was a total fabrication. But he told the king that this weird letter, it was from an elderly man who had written to Gustav to tell him that his son had gone to Abashir many years ago and had never come home again. And so now, this elderly man, he knew his son was probably not alive at this point. But in this fictional letter to Gustav, he told Gustav that his son had done a lot of writing in notebooks. And he was hopeful that maybe someone in Abashir still had these notebooks. And could Gustav please get the notebooks and return them to the old man, just to give him some comfort about what his son had been doing and saying and thinking before he disappeared. As soon as Gustav said this, he could actually feel the mood in the throne room shift. He could tell that King Ali was very much on edge about what Gustav might say next. But Gustav had planned for this. And he told the king that, just so you know, all throughout Europe, people think of you as a wise and just king. And so, if by chance you have these notebooks and you were to give them to me so I can give them to this elderly man in his old age so he can have some comfort before he dies, if you would do that, the people of Europe would love you even more for that simple act of kindness. Then Gustav went quiet, and there was this really intense silence in the throne room. But then the king just kind of sat back in his throne and he smiled at Gustav. And as soon as Gustav saw that smile on the king's face, he decided he just had to do it. And he said to the king, "The son's name is Dr. Edward Fogel." And then after that, Gustav just went silent. Because he knew at this point, if the king thought he was lying or trying to trick him, he could easily be executed right here, right now. But King Ali just kept on smiling at Gustav and just said, "You know what? I will think about it." Gustav quickly thanked the king and hurried out of the throne room. And then he went back to his apartment and spent the entire night just pacing around his room, wondering what was going to happen. Part of Gustav was optimistic that maybe the king would come through here and hand over these notebooks if he really did have them. But the other part of Gustav, the more realistic side, thought that maybe what he had just done was effectively sign his own death warrant, and that soon he'd become one of the many travelers who came to Abashir and never went home. A few days later, a very nervous Gustav followed a palace guard back into the throne room. And when he got in there, he immediately saw King Ali sitting on his throne. And Gustav really couldn't read his expression. So he didn't know if the king was mad at him, if he was going to be conciliatory, if he was going to help him. He had no idea. And so Gustav just walked into the room and kind of held his breath. King Ali broke the silence. And when he did, it was clear he was not angry. He was just kind of even-keeled. And he told Gustav that after their conversation, he had gone and spoken to the noble family that Edward had stayed with when he was here. But they told him they couldn't find any of Dr. Edward's writings. They said the notebooks had either been thrown away or lost. And so, unfortunately, there was nothing to send back to Edward's elderly father. Now, Gustav did not believe this for a second. At this time, paper was very scarce. There was no way they would have been just throwing it away or destroying it. Paper was pretty valuable. But he couldn't say that to the king. So he just swallowed his disappointment and thanked the king for asking about the notebooks. And then Gustav hoped that at this point he'd be allowed to leave. But one of the guards put their hand on Gustav's shoulder and said he needed to follow him. And at this point, Gustav's stomach dropped. He assumed he was about to be taken away, to be punished for asking about Edward in the first place. And so Gustav's hands were shaking and his heart was racing as he followed the guard out of the palace and out into the courtyard. There were some horses tied up and waiting for them. Gustav felt nauseous as he followed the guard through the city streets, and he wondered if he should just try to make a break for it and try to escape. But he looked down different streets and alleys and realized that would be totally useless. The palace guards would find him in minutes. So there was nowhere for him to go. And so Gustav had no choice but to just keep on following this guard. Through the city they went. And then eventually they got to the city gates. And Gustav was horrified as they left the city and just began riding out into the wilderness over towards this huge mountain in the distance. And as they were making their way towards this mountain, all Gustav was thinking is that at any moment here, they're going to just dump me here to die, or they're going to ambush me, or something bad is going to happen. At some point, the guard led Gustav all the way to the foot of that mountain. And there, the guard abruptly stopped and climbed off his horse. He just turned around and faced Gustav. And he says, "I am going to tell you exactly what happened to Edward." And Gustav was kind of shocked by this. He really didn't know what was going to happen here. He didn't even know if he was still in danger at this point. But now he was just holding his breath, waiting for this mystery to potentially finally be solved. And so the guard, he looked at Gustav and he said, "Edward committed an unforgivable crime." And he was punished for that crime. Now, at this point, Gustav was shocked. Edward was this very well-traveled and highly respected guy. And it just didn't make sense that he would commit any crime, let alone an unforgivable one that apparently cost him his life. And so Gustav kind of blurted out, "What crime? What did he do?" The guard explained that from day one, Edward had made lots of enemies in Abashir. He basically spent his days riding all around the city and staring at everybody and writing in his notebooks, but never talking to anybody. And so people began to gossip that maybe he was a spy. And then also, the guard said Edward had climbed their sacred mountain despite being told not to, the mountain that was literally right behind them. And then also, the guard said Edward was just totally unpleasant and just kind of a snobby person that nobody liked. But the guard said, none of that is actually what caused Edward to be punished. Edward's unforgivable crime, the one that caused his downfall, was his insatiable hunger for eggs. At every single meal, he refused all the food his noble host prepared for him and demanded eggs. In Abashir, eggs were quite rare and were considered a precious gift. And Edward demanded them at every single meal, and he ate all of that noble family's eggs. And so eventually, the nobles, they could not stand Edward's disrespect. And so they went to the king. And the king, who agreed this was just awful what Edward had done, decided the only appropriate punishment was to take Edward and drag him out to the base of that sacred mountain and literally beat him to death. Dr. Edward Vogel, the proud symbol of Germany's exploring spirit, was executed because he ate an offensive number of eggs. Gustav was unharmed. He, unlike Edward, had actually bothered to learn the local customs and was highly respectful. And so he was allowed to leave the city even after being told what happened to Edward. And he would become the first European ever to leave Abashir alive. As for Edward's notebooks and maps, they were never found. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On the afternoon of the 10th of April, 1998, a 40-year-old woman named Diane Auget stood at a bar inside the Hayloft Tavern. It was a small local spot in Hudson, Florida. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone, or at least they think they do. Diane held a glass in her hand. She brought it to her lips and downed the last few sips of her drink. Her vision was starting to get blurry, and a wave of nausea rolled through her stomach. But she didn't care. In fact, that was kind of the point. She yelled out to the bartender, her voice slurred and thick, telling him to bring her another round. She wanted to get so drunk that she could forget everything. Because right then, her life felt like a complete disaster. It hadn't always been this way. Not too long ago, Diane had been a married stay-at-home mother. She had 3 kids, and they were her entire world. She loved them more than anything. But about 10 years before this night at the bar, her life had taken a very difficult turn. She started having very serious mental health problems. After a long and difficult process, she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. It was a heavy diagnosis, one that came with a whole new set of challenges. She would fall into these deep, dark depressions. They were so powerful, they would make it almost impossible for her to function, to even get out of bed in the morning. Then, like a switch would flip, she would swing into these intense manic episodes. These would keep her awake for days on end, leaving her so delirious and exhausted that she would start talking to herself, seeing things that weren't there. Living with this was incredibly hard, not just for Diane, but for her family. Eventually, the strain became too much. Her husband divorced her, and in the custody battle that followed, he was awarded full custody of their children. Losing her kids, even if she understood why, was a blow that Diane never fully recovered from. By 1998, her life had sort of leveled off into a new, difficult normal. She was living with her sister, which provided some support and a roof over her head. But her bipolar disorder was far from under control. She had medication for it, but she wasn't always consistent about taking it. So, the cycles continued. The crushing lows of depression, followed by the chaotic highs of mania. She had been in and out of various psychiatric facilities more times than her family could count. Each time, they hoped it would be the one that finally helped her find stability. But it never seemed to stick. So, on this particular night, April 10th, Diane was in a dark place. She just wanted to numb the pain, to drown her sorrows, and make the world go quiet for a little while. A couple of hours earlier, she had left her sister's house. She didn't say where she was going. She didn't own a car, so she just started walking. Her feet eventually carried her to the Hayloft Tavern. And for the past couple of hours, she had been standing there, mostly by herself, pacing in circles and drinking alone. Just then, the bartender came back over to her side of the bar. Diane was seeing double, but she could clearly see that he wasn't carrying another drink for her. His hands were empty. He had a look on his face that was half annoyed, half sympathetic. He told her he was cutting her off, that she'd had enough. Diane was furious. The feeling of humiliation washed over her. She started to argue with him, telling him he didn't know what he was talking about, that she was fine. But the bartender just held up his hands and stood his ground. He was sorry, he said, but she was cut off. There was a finality in his voice. Defeated and angry, Diane turned and stumbled out of the bar, disappearing into the Florida night. The next day, April 11th, Diane's mother, Mildred, was pacing back and forth inside her living room. She held a phone pressed tightly to her ear, listening to it ring. After a couple of rings, a dispatcher from the local police department answered. In a shaky voice, Mildred told them she needed to report her daughter, Diane, as a missing person. A little while earlier, Mildred had gotten a call from her other daughter, the one Diane was living with. She said that Diane had left the house the night before and still hadn't come home. She hadn't called, hadn't left a note, nothing. Given Diane's history of mental illness and her often erratic behavior, Mildred's mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario. She felt a deep, cold pit of fear in her stomach. Her daughter had to be in some kind of trouble. On the phone with the police dispatcher, Mildred explained the whole situation. She said that yes, it was possible that Diane had just left on her own for some reason. But it was just as possible, if not more so, that she was having a manic episode. When that happened, Diane could become disoriented. She might have wandered off and gotten lost, with no idea how to get back home. The dispatcher was calm and professional. She assured Mildred that she would send officers to interview her and her other daughter right away. They would start looking for Diane immediately. But 4 days went by. 4 long, agonizing days. And on April 15th, there was still no sign of Diane. That afternoon, Mildred went down to the police station. It was a trip she had made every single day since her daughter had disappeared, hoping for any scrap of news. But just like all the other days, the police didn't have any new information for her. They told her what little they knew, which wasn't much. They had confirmed that on the night of April 10th, after leaving her sister's house, Diane had gone to the Hayloft Tavern. They spoke to the bartender, who confirmed he had cut her off because she was incredibly drunk. He said she had walked out of the bar, and that was the last he saw of her. Investigators had also found a couple of people who had seen Diane the following day, on April 11th. She had been sighted walking along Highway 19, which was just a couple of miles away from the tavern. Another witness spotted her near a locally owned motel right off the highway, a place called the Coral Sands Motel. But after that, the trail went cold. The police told Mildred they had no idea what happened to Diane after that. They didn't know where she could have gone or what could have happened to her. Mildred left the police station feeling a profound sense of disappointment and fear. The drive home was a blur. Her mind was racing, playing out all the terrible possibilities. Was her daughter hiding somewhere on purpose? Had she gotten lost and was now hurt, hungry, and alone? Or had she run into the wrong person? Had she been kidnapped? Or worse? These scenarios tormented her, each one more terrifying than the last. Finally, she pulled into her driveway and went inside. She sat down on her couch, exhausted, and tried to think about what she could possibly do next. And that's when she noticed it. The little red light on her answering machine was blinking. She had a new voicemail. Mildred thought maybe it was her other daughter, calling with an update while she was out. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something to do with Diane. She got up, walked over to the machine, and pressed the play button. What she heard next made her blood run cold. It was Diane's voice, and she sounded absolutely terrified. Through the static of the machine, Mildred could hear her daughter crying out, "Help! Let me out!" Then there was a scuffling sound on the recording, like someone had grabbed the phone away from Diane. Mildred heard Diane say something like, "Hey, give me that," and then the call just cut off. The line went dead. After hearing the message, Mildred went into a total panic. Her worst fears were no longer just possibilities in her head. They felt real. It sounded like her daughter was in terrible immediate danger. Shaking with anxiety and fear, she grabbed the answering machine and looked at the small display for the caller ID, desperate to see who had left this horrifying message. But all it said was that the call had come in from a place called Starlight. The name meant nothing to Mildred. She quickly dialed the number back, her heart pounding in her chest, praying that someone would pick up. But no one answered. The phone just rang and rang. With trembling hands, Mildred called the police. This voicemail changed everything. It was now obvious to the police that Diane hadn't just left on purpose, and she wasn't just lost. Based on that recording, it sounded like she had been kidnapped and was being held somewhere against her will. But the question was, where? The police had no idea. They tried to trace the call, but they couldn't pinpoint a specific location. And they couldn't figure out what Starlight was either. Was it a business? A nickname for a location? They had no leads. So, for another full day, despite this terrifying new clue, the investigation stalled. There just wasn't much to go on. That is, until the next afternoon. On April 16th, 5 days after Diane had disappeared, the police got a call. It was from a man who said he had just been walking along the side of Highway 19. He told the dispatcher he had found something disturbing lying in the grass. He said he wasn't even sure if the object was real, but it looked so troubling that he thought the police should come and check it out, just in case. Police immediately rushed out to the location. They met the man, who showed them what he had found. The officers carefully collected the object and sent it off to the crime lab for testing. Then they waited. When the analysis came back, they learned two things. First, the object was definitely real. And second, it belonged to Diane Augat. It was the severed tip of her finger from her right hand. Over the next few years, the case of Diane Augat grew colder but stranger. People would occasionally call in sightings of her to the police in Florida. Investigators looked into every single tip. They interviewed more than 100 people, chasing down every possible lead. But nothing ever panned out. The police never figured out what Starlight was, the mysterious place where that desperate voicemail had originated. And they never determined how or why Diane's finger was cut off and left by the side of the highway. But despite the lack of answers, strange clues that were definitely tied to Diane kept turning up in the most bizarre places. For example, the manager of a convenience store near where Diane lived found a plastic bag inside their store's outdoor freezer. Inside the bag were Diane's clothes, all neatly folded. Who would put them there, and why? Another time, a customer at a different nearby convenience store found another plastic bag that had been left behind on a countertop. This bag was full of toiletries, including eyeliner, perfume, and lipstick. And on the outside of the bag, scrawled in marker, was the name Diane. Police were never able to figure out who placed either of the bags or what they were supposed to mean. Unfortunately, today, more than 2 decades later, Diane's case remains unsolved. Her family has never stopped looking for answers. Around 3:30 inches the afternoon on the 17th of December, 1927, a 21-year-old sailor named Joe Stevens stood inside a U.S. Navy submarine. The vessel was cruising silently underwater in Cape Cod Bay, about a mile off the coast of Massachusetts. Joe was at the very front of the submarine, stationed inside a small, windowless compartment known as the torpedo room. It was about 20 feet long and 10 feet wide. On one side, a heavy metal door stood open, leading out to the rest of the sub. The walls of the room were lined with 6 bunks for the crew, a tangled mess of machinery, and several long, menacing torpedoes. Despite the cramped and dark conditions, Joe was absolutely thrilled to be there. Working on a submarine had been his dream for as long as he could remember. When he was just a little kid, he had actually built his own periscope out of a piece of wood. A periscope on a real submarine is like a long set of binoculars that can be raised up from the sub. It allows the crew to be just below the surface of the water, hidden from view, while the periscope pokes just barely out of the water to see what's going on around them. With this fake wooden periscope, Joe and his older sister, Florence, would spend hours and hours pretending they were on a submarine deep underwater, going on all sorts of secret and important missions. So, years later, when Joe turned 18, remember, the very first thing he did was enlist in the Navy. And just recently, he had finally been assigned to work on this exact submarine. For Joe, it was literally his childhood dream coming true. On this particular day, Joe was taking part in one of his very first test sails. The mission was simple. He and the other 40 men on board were just running through drills, testing all the different machinery to make sure everything was in perfect working order. Joe and 5 other men had been assigned to the torpedo room. They were standing by, waiting for a command from their captain to come through on the one-way intercom system overhead. But as they were standing there, waiting in the quiet hum of the submarine, something happened. Out of nowhere, Joe heard a loud, grating, metallic sound. It echoed through the entire submarine, a horrible screech of metal against metal. The sub itself shook so violently from the impact that Joe and the other men were thrown off their feet, falling hard to the metal floor. Immediately, Joe and his coworkers scrambled to get up. They looked at each other with wide, confused eyes, all thinking the same thing. What was that? But before they could even say a word, their worst nightmare began to unfold. A torrent of seawater began to rush through that open door, flooding in from the rest of the submarine and into the torpedo room. As this absolutely horrifying scenario was playing out, Joe's immediate reaction was a strange and overwhelming sense of déjà vu. For just a split second, he felt like he had experienced this exact moment before. But before he could even process that bizarre feeling, a couple of his coworkers rushed past him. They managed to get to the door that connected the torpedo room to the rest of the submarine, and with all their strength, they slammed it shut and sealed it tight. At that point, Joe was snapped back to reality. He wasn't thinking about the feeling of déjà vu anymore. He was focused on what was happening. He realized there must have been some kind of terrible accident. Everyone in the room thought the same thing. That horrible grating sound, the shaking, the rushing water, it could only mean one thing. Something had struck their submarine. He expected to hear the captain's voice come over the intercom at any second, not to continue the test run, but with urgent orders about what they should do now that a real-world emergency was happening. And so, for a couple of minutes, Joe and his 5 fellow sailors just sat there in the now sealed-off torpedo room, waiting in silence for that announcement. But there was nothing. Just the sound of their own breathing and the faint creaks of the submarine. And then they all felt a final, heavy jolt, as if the entire submarine had just settled at the bottom of the bay. At first, Joe and the 5 other sailors didn't panic. They knew that whatever had happened was not good. It was serious. But they figured it wasn't a total catastrophe just yet. It was bad, but maybe they could be saved. After all, they were only about a mile away from the nearest Coast Guard station. And even though Joe and the others inside the torpedo room had no way to communicate with the outside world from where they were, they assumed that someone in the other parts of the submarine would be able to send out a distress call to the Coast Guard. They figured help was already on its way. But the minutes slowly turned into hours. And there was no progress. There was no sign that any sort of rescue was underway. They heard nothing over the intercom. They couldn't even hear any sounds from the other side of the sealed door. They thought that by now, surely one of their comrades would have come over and knocked or tried to talk to them in some way. But there was only silence. To make matters worse, the emergency lights inside the torpedo room eventually flickered and died, plunging them into total darkness. They were trapped at the bottom of the bay in a sealed metal room with no light. They also had no food and no water. All the supplies were in the other part of the submarine, but they couldn't risk opening the door. More water could come rushing in. They were completely and utterly trapped. All of that was horrible, but the scariest part of the whole situation was something they all knew but didn't want to say out loud. There was a finite amount of oxygen inside that sealed room. And with every single breath they took, they were using up that precious air supply. Pretty soon, that tiny metal torpedo room started to feel less like a part of a submarine and more like an underwater coffin. Joe began fading in and out of sleep. He lost all track of time in the endless dark. And with each passing hour, he was starting to lose hope. But then, suddenly, Joe heard a sound. It was a loud, metallic, clanging sound. He realized someone was knocking on the outside of the submarine. Their rescue had begun. Joe and the others immediately jumped out of their bunks, knocking into each other in the pitch-black room. They scrambled over to the hull of the sub and began knocking back, signaling to whoever was out there that they were alive. They were still in there. By using Morse code, which is a method of communication that uses a series of taps, Joe was able to have a conversation with the people outside. He confirmed that they were Coast Guard rescue divers. And they told Joe what had happened. They explained that about 16 hours earlier, a Coast Guard ship had accidentally struck their submarine. The collision had punctured the hull, and the submarine had sunk to the bottom. Everyone else on board, besides Joe and the 5 men with him in the torpedo room, had drowned. When Joe and the others heard this news, it was horrifying. But at the same time, they were hit with a wave of relief. Had they not sealed that door as fast as they did, they would be dead too. They were so incredibly lucky to be alive. So, after hearing this message, Joe began frantically knocking back a new message. He basically said, well, that's great, but when are you going to get us out of here? He explained that they were running out of air, that it was getting harder and harder to breathe. But the rescue divers could only tell him that they were doing their best. They would get them up as soon as they possibly could. And this was true. The Coast Guard was genuinely doing everything they could to save them. But the reality was, this was a really, really difficult problem. You have 6 people trapped inside a small air pocket deep underwater. If you try to open any part of the submarine, the immense pressure of the ocean would cause water to rush in so quickly that it would kill everyone inside instantly. So that wasn't an option. You also had the ticking clock. As Joe had said, they were running out of air. This meant there was a very compressed timeline to figure this out. So really, the only option was to somehow lift the entire submarine with everyone still inside and raise it to the surface. But this was 1927. This would be a complicated thing to do even with modern technology, let alone nearly 100 years ago. But it was their best and only chance. The plan was to bring in multiple ships with different kinds of heavy-duty lifts and somehow scoop up the submarine and bring it to the surface before everyone inside suffocated. But there was another problem. Just as they began to organize all these ships, a huge storm rolled in. The surface of the ocean was now being battered by extremely high winds, making it nearly impossible to position the ships and their lifting equipment. And unfortunately, the weather forecast said this storm was going to rage for days. While this catastrophe was playing out off the coast of Massachusetts, about 100 miles away in Providence, Rhode Island, Joe's older sister, Florence, opened up a newspaper. She read yet another article about the sunken submarine where she knew her little brother was trapped. For the last couple of days, Florence had been absolutely glued to her radio and the newspapers, desperate for any piece of good news. But every article, every news segment, said the same thing. The 6 men trapped inside the sub were still alive. They were communicating with the divers. But the storm on the surface was still too intense to rescue them. Florence felt so scared for her brother, and it wasn't just because the situation itself was so dangerous. It was because she remembered the submarine game that she and Joe used to play when they were little. More specifically, she remembered the very last time they ever played it. Joe had been about 4 years old. The two of them had just finished another one of their make-believe missions, and they were supposed to be bringing their imaginary submarine back up to the surface. But then, Joe had suddenly dropped his homemade wooden periscope. He turned to Florence and said something so strange and so haunting for such a young child that Florence had never forgotten it. She had asked him to explain what he meant, but he had refused. In fact, after that day, he refused to play the submarine game ever again. Now, Florence hadn't thought about that strange moment in years. But now, seeing what was happening to her brother, it was all she could think about. A couple of days later, on December 22nd, 5 days after the submarine had sunk, Florence received the official word. Her brother Joe and all the other sailors trapped in the torpedo room had died while waiting to be rescued. Florence was completely grief-stricken. This was her baby brother, and he had just died in this horrible, drawn-out way. But also, strangely, for the first time in her life, she felt like she actually understood what Joe had said all those years ago when he was just 4 years old when they had played that last game of submarine. On that day, after dropping his periscope, he had turned to Florence and said, quote, "All hands were lost." It's an expression used in the Navy to mean that everybody on board a ship has died. He was saying their make-believe submarine had just sunk, and everyone on board had died. And remember, after he said this, Florence had tried to get 4-year-old Joe to explain, but he wouldn't. And he never played the game again. So now, in hindsight, Florence believed that her 4-year-old brother, all those years ago, had somehow predicted his own death. On the evening of the 19th of April, 1989, a 62-year-old man named Thomas Meehan was sitting in his living room in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was relaxing, watching some television, when his phone rang. Thomas picked it up and said hello. He heard the voice of his daughter Patricia on the other end of the line. And right away, he could tell from the tone of her voice that she was feeling really down. This didn't really surprise him. Patricia was 37 years old, and Thomas knew she had been struggling a lot lately. She lived almost 2,000 miles away from him in Bozeman, Montana, where she worked as a ranch hand. She liked her job, for the most part, mainly because she absolutely loved animals. But she had a really hard time getting along with people. She was lonely. She didn't have a lot of close friends. On top of that, she had recently been through a tough breakup. And even though she had always wanted kids, she had never had any of her own. To her father, it seemed like his daughter was going through a classic midlife crisis. So, as Thomas was on the phone, listening to his daughter make small talk about her life, he decided to cut through it. He just asked her, "Hey, what's going on? How are you really doing?" Patricia paused for a moment. Then, she vaguely said that she was just under a lot of stress. She told him she was thinking about quitting her job and moving away from Bozeman. She then asked her dad if he would be okay with her coming to Pittsburgh, maybe moving back in with him for a while. Thomas adored his daughter, and he felt for everything she was going through. So, without a moment's hesitation, he told her, of course. Of course she could come home anytime she wanted. Hearing this definitely seemed to lighten Patricia's mood. She told her dad that she would call him back the next day to make more solid plans. And then she said she loved him, and she hung up the phone. But the next day, Thomas did not get a call from Patricia. In fact, he never got another call from his daughter ever again. The following day, April 20th, at about 8:15 inches the evening, something strange happened 1,500 miles away from Thomas's house in Pittsburgh. A woman named Carol Heights was driving down a very isolated two-lane highway in the rural town of Circle, Montana. It was dark and cold outside. The only thing Carol could see was the red taillights of the one car driving in front of her. Beyond that, on either side of the highway, there was just big, empty fields stretching out into the darkness. But then, out of nowhere, the car in front of her, which had been driving along at a steady speed, suddenly swerved off the road. For a second, Carol was just confused. Why would they do that? What caused that car to suddenly veer out of the way? But then, a split second later, Carol understood exactly what had happened. Because right in front of her, in her lane, was another car driving the wrong way, barreling straight towards her. Carol jammed on her brakes and tried to swerve out of the way, just like the car in front of her had done. But she wasn't fast enough. The other car smashed into her, basically head-on. Carol felt her head snap back against the seat. There was a deafening, metallic crunching sound, and then everything went black. Just a couple of minutes later, Carol opened her eyes. She realized she had survived the crash. She felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her car was a complete mess. The airbags had deployed. It was obvious she'd been in a very serious wreck, but she was alive. Eventually, Carol managed to push her door open and climb out of the car. Her first thought was to check on the other driver. The other car was smashed right up against hers, and she couldn't see if the person inside was okay. So she got out and started walking over to the other vehicle. But before she could reach it, the driver of the other car also climbed out. In the combined glare of both cars' headlights, Carol could see that the other person was a middle-aged woman. She appeared to have shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair. And this woman, she didn't seem to be hurt, at least not visibly. In fact, what was really weird was that she seemed very, very calm. This woman just stood there by her wrecked car, not saying a single word to Carol. She didn't acknowledge what she had just done, which was drive the wrong way down a highway and smash head-on into Carol's car, nearly killing her. There was no recognition of that at all. Instead, she just stood there. And then, eventually, she turned and just stared directly at Carol. This was starting to get very alarming for Carol. It caused her to stop in her tracks and just stand there as well, staring back at this woman, not really sure what to do or say. And as Carol was waiting to see what would happen next, the other driver, this middle-aged woman, simply turned and started walking away. At this point, Carol yelled out to her to stop. She shouted that she couldn't go, that they had just been in a horrible accident, and they had to wait for the police to get there. She couldn't just leave the scene. But the woman didn't even look back. She just calmly walked off the highway, climbed over a wire fence into one of those big empty fields on the side of the road, and just kept on walking until Carol couldn't see her anymore. She had just vanished into the darkness. When the police arrived about 45 minutes later at 9 p.m., they found the two wrecked cars and a very shaken Carol. The other driver, as Carol explained, was gone. So the police ran the license plate of the car that had hit Carol's. They learned that it was registered to a 37-year-old woman named Patricia Meehan. But beyond the fact that Patricia had apparently just walked away from the crash, the other weird thing was that the registration showed she lived 400 miles away. The police had no idea what she was even doing all the way out here in Circle, Montana. Patricia did not come back to the crash site. So eventually, the police called in K-9 units, and they began searching for her. The dogs were able to pick up her trail. They found a line of her footprints leading out into that dark field. They followed that trail for hours and hours, deep into the empty landscape. But eventually, the footprints just stopped, and the dogs lost her scent. The police would continue looking for her, but they never found another trace of Patricia. It really was like she had just wandered into that field and vanished into thin air. But that was not the end of the story. About 2 weeks later, a totally unrelated police officer was eating at a fast food restaurant in Luverne, Minnesota. This was about 700 miles away from the crash site. Now, even though this officer lived and worked in a completely different state, he had actually heard about Patricia Meehan's disappearance. He'd seen pictures of her, because by this point, her case had become national news. So, when this officer looked across the restaurant he was in and saw a middle-aged woman with strawberry blonde hair sitting in a booth all by herself, silently drinking a glass of water and just staring off into space, he immediately thought it was Patricia. The police officer had no idea if this really was her. He was pretty confident it was, but it just seemed so random and so bizarre that she would be here, of all places. He also didn't know if she was alone or what she was doing. So, instead of getting up and talking to her, he decided to just stay in his seat and keep an eye on her. And for the next 5 hours, the woman he believed was Patricia just sat there in the booth. She slowly drank water and stared off into space for 5 straight hours. Eventually, the restaurant closed for the night. An employee had to go over and tell the woman that she had to leave. They also told the officer that he too had to go. So after the officer and the woman he thought was Patricia had left the restaurant, the officer kind of hung back and continued to watch her. And she just walked right across the street and went into a diner that was open all night. This time, the officer did not keep his distance. He went inside the diner, walked right over to where she was sitting at a table, and he sat down next to her. He just said, "What's your name?" For a moment, the woman seemed kind of confused, like she couldn't understand why a random police officer was sitting with her. But instead of challenging him, she just went quiet for a second. And then, in a sort of hushed voice, she said that she was from Colorado. But then a moment later, she shook her head and said, "Actually, no. I'm from Israel." And before she could give up any more information, like her name or why she was there, she suddenly jumped up out of her seat and ran outside. The police officer was caught off guard. He was a little slow to get up and chase after her. He ran outside too, but by the time he got out there, she had disappeared again. Over the next month or so, the police in charge of Patricia's case received dozens of reports just like this one. They came from people who believed they had seen Patricia at restaurants and truck stops all over America. And the police actually confirmed many of these sightings. They believed that these witnesses really did see Patricia, that it wasn't just some look-alike. And in every single case, the witnesses reported the same thing. This woman, presumably Patricia, refused to speak and was just staring vacantly into space. She didn't seem to know who she was or what she was even doing. But Also, in every one of these cases, before anybody could intervene or ask her questions or just try to help her in some way, Patricia would run off and disappear again. It was like Patricia was a ghost, appearing and disappearing over and over again all across the country. As of today, there have been over 5,000 reported sightings of Patricia Meehan. But still, we do not know where she is. Her case, to this day, is still open and unsolved. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya! Many scary movies are set in the woods for a good reason. Consider it. The woods are naturally scary at night. More specifically, most of those films take place in a cabin in the woods at night. Being in the deep woods at night as humans ticks many fear boxes. The isolation factor comes first. We're scared because you're far from society and help. Isolation makes us more vulnerable, so we avoid it. Naturally, it checks darkness, fear. Humans fear the dark because they don't know what's around them or looking at them. City lights don't help in the forest. You are in complete darkness due to light pollution cancellation. That something can easily hide in the forest is the third fear check. You don't know what's watching because of all the trees. At every turn, predators, animals, or even predatory humans could hide behind any trunk. Hollywood has made countless movies using the cabin in the woods trope of isolation and fear because it works. We fear it deeply. Today's cabin in the woods story begins like many others, but it's different. True story, I was terrified. As I read about what happened in this cabin in the woods, I tried to imagine what this young man would go through psychologically. My horrific cabin in the woods experience haunts me to this day. I could relate to this guy because I've been there, and the details of this story are terrifying. Try to imagine his situation as you listen to today's story. Consider your response to this situation. A 17-year-old boy was devastated when his father died suddenly in 2010. The whole family was shaken by this loss. They were grieving a husband and father, but also because their daily lives revolved around each other. This close family did almost everything together. They spent weekends and vacations together and had a strong bond that kept them together through every challenge. A special bond existed between the boy and his father. They were best friends, not just father and son. His father loved the outdoors and spent years teaching him to fish, hunt, and navigate the wilderness. They had spent hours together discussing life and planning for the future. Father had big dreams for his son, who looked up to him above all else. My dad never missed a game, always offered advice, and made his family feel safe no matter what was going on. Tearful faces, handshakes, and whispers of sympathy filled the funeral. People kept telling the boy that his father was in a better place and that he needed to support his mother and younger siblings. Strength was harder to achieve. The boy stopped going to school sports practices, and his grades started to drop because he could not focus on anything other than his massive void. He sat in his room at night, staring at his father's old hunting boots and favorite fishing rods, wishing for one more conversation. When his father died unexpectedly, the boy felt like his world had collapsed. The silence in their home and grief were almost unbearable. One of their favorite family activities was spending time at their cabin. This cabin was near Mount Bachelor, Oregon. Snowboarders, skiers, and winter enthusiasts visit Mount Bachelor, a beautiful mountain. Years earlier, the family built this cabin there and spent a lot of time there in winter. The family would go up, sit by the fireplace, ski during the day, and enjoy being away from the world. It was their favorite getaway. They could escape school, work, and normal life and focus on family. The father worked hard to build and maintain the cabin, and his style was evident everywhere. He had hand-carved wooden shelves, photos of their fishing trips on the walls, and a cozy, warm atmosphere he worked hard to create. During winter trips, his father taught him how to chop firewood, build a nighttime fire, and respect the wilderness. He told him the forest was beautiful, but that nature did not care about you, so you had to be aware. The boy felt confident and capable in the woods because of those lessons. After the father died, the family had to settle his estate. Any family finds this difficult, but theirs was especially difficult because every possession, room, and memory brought back their loss. They discussed the cabin while deciding what to do with everything. This place that brought them so much joy and happiness felt hollow suddenly. I had many fond memories there, but now it reminded me of who was missing. They realized life without him would be different. The laughter, shared meals, and fireplace warmth felt like a past they could never return to. The mother realized that returning to the cabin would be too painful and that she could not handle being there without her husband. After much crying and discussion, they decided to sell the cabin because going back there as a family was too painful. It upset the 17-year-old boy to hear this decision. He was close to his father and had many fond memories of hunting, skiing, and snowboarding at that cabin. Long car rides up the mountain, early mornings drinking hot chocolate by the stove, and quiet walks through the snowy pine trees came to mind. He saw the cabin as more than property. It felt like his father was there, a physical connection to his memory. The boy asked his mother for a favor after she listed the cabin for sale. Before the cabin was sold to a stranger and permanently removed from their lives, he asked to spend some time alone there. He wanted to honor his father. He wanted one last chance to sit there, remember the good times, and say goodbye. Mom understood completely. She wanted her son closure because she saw his pain. She advised him to proceed. She told him he could stay at the cabin as long as he wanted, but when he returned, they would close the sale and the property would be gone forever. Before his death, his father left his car to him. Receiving his father's well-maintained car was bittersweet for the 17-year-old. The boy decided to drive his father's car to the mountain. He saw it as another way to connect with his father. He went to the grocery store and bought his favorite snacks, sodas, and drinks for a few days. He bought everything he needed to avoid leaving the cabin once he arrived. He piled everything into the car. His bags contained warm clothes, snowboarding gear, and a video game console. Most importantly, he brought Midnight, the family black dog. The boy thought having Midnight, a loyal, friendly dog who was close to his father, would make the quiet cabin feel less lonely. The plan was simple. They would relax at this remote Oregon cabin after he drove there with Midnight. He wanted to enjoy the space one last time and make one last good memory before the property was sold and they moved on. He was determined to have a good trip so he wouldn't remember the cabin negatively. After packing, he put Midnight in the passenger seat and drove up the mountain. While listening to his father's favorite music on the radio, he saw the familiar scenery as the city faded and Oregon's dense forest took over. The drive was long and quiet, and as he climbed higher into the mountains, the pine trees grew taller and denser, forming a dark, silent wall. He felt comforted and sad by his father's car's old leather seats and engine hum, which reminded him of their past trips. He parked the car in the small gravel driveway to the cabin and inhaled. Mount Bachelor's wilderness was wild and unforgiving despite its rugged beauty. The mountain was covered in dense Douglas fir, hemlock, and pine forests. Black bears, cougars, and elk roamed these forests. The boy drove up the mountain road, keeping an eye on the thick tree line because he knew a wild animal could appear from the brush at any time. The roadside snow was high, and as he drove up, he felt like he was entering a different world, far from modern safety. His father's car's old engine roared as it climbed steep, icy hills, and the heater struggled to keep the cabin warm in the cold mountain air. He felt vulnerable, but also excited, believing that the mountain's cold and silence would help him regain his strength. To understand what happens next, we must discuss the cabin's layout. It was a two-story mountainside building. The back half of the cabin had no windows except for one tiny narrow one because it was built against the steep mountain slope. Back of the house's first floor bathroom had this tiny window. This design was practical for insulation and stability against the mountain, but it closed off the back of the house from the outside, creating a blind spot. Unless you were looking through that tiny bathroom window, you would not see someone approaching the cabin from the mountain behind it. However, the cabin front was lovely. Large windows lined both floors of its double-decker design. Second floor windows looked out from the master bedroom loft. A wooden balcony jutted out a few feet from the master bedroom. Large glass windows next to the front door let you see into the living room and kitchen on the first floor. The back of the house was dark and closed off, but the front was open to the wilderness. The cabin was built in dense forest. Years ago, the family had to clear out many trees to build the cabin's foundation. However, they only cleared a small area in front of the house for a driveway and yard. The cabin was still surrounded by massive pine trees on all sides and back. This meant the cabin was in a tiny clearing surrounded by a dark forest wall. Looking out the window and over the balcony from the second floor master bedroom, you could see the tree line about 100 yards away across this small clearing. The family left a few large trees in that clearing. A unique tree was here. A massive, heavy branch grew 20 feet above the ground, parallel to the ground. This thick, flat branch looked like a natural bench or seat, perfect for multiple people to sit. But it was 20 feet up and had no lower branches, making it difficult to climb. Nobody ever tried to climb the sitting tree, which stood in the middle of the clearing with its natural seat branch facing the cabin's front windows. After arriving at the cabin, the boy parked the car in the snowy driveway and turned off the engine. He sat contemplating the familiar wooden structure, feeling sad and comforted. Crisp, cold air, and absolute forest silence. He began unloading the car. He took his grocery bags from the trunk and brought them inside. He turned on the heater to warm the wooden rooms in the cold cabin. In the kitchen, he opened the refrigerator and put his sodas and drinks on the shelves. He arranged his snacks on the kitchen counter. He then carried his clothes and PlayStation up the wooden stairs to the second floor. He connected his video game console to the master bedroom loft's TV's back. Midnight was happily sniffing the house and wagging her tail downstairs. Her presence immediately warmed up the quiet cabin because she seemed to remember it. First 2 days of stay went as planned. Besides playing video games and eating snacks, the boy occasionally left the cabin to snowboard on Mount Bachelor. The slopes were great, the snow was fresh, and he felt peaceful in the mountains. Back at the cabin, he felt close to his father. He sat in his father's favorite chair, looked out the large front windows, and recalled his stories. Wood's silence was comforting, not lonely. He lost himself in his favorite PlayStation games to escape his months-long grief. In the quiet wooden cabin, the console hum and screen glow created a small world of normal life. He let Midnight sniff the snow and run around the clearing on long walks. This was a peaceful way to say goodbye to the place and wrap his father's memories in a positive ending. But on the third day, things got strange and unsettling. The third morning, the boy looked out the window. A massive snowstorm hit overnight. The driveway, clearing, and trees were covered in several feet of fresh snow, which was still falling in thick white blankets. After going downstairs, he saw his father's car completely buried out the front window. The driveway was white and the hood was covered in snow. He looked at the heavy white flakes falling from the sky and decided not to shovel snow, clean the car, or drive down mountain roads. A storm like this could make mountain roads dangerous, so he didn't want to risk it. He thought staying inside all day would be safer and more fun. His lazy day with Midnight included snacking and playing video games. The third day snowstorm was a mountain blizzard. The massive pine trees around the cabin groaning and swayed as the wind howled. The snow was so thick that the front windows were completely covered in white. The cabin felt smaller and more isolated than ever, with no outside world exposure. Before turning on his console, the boy watched the fire die down to glowing embers in a heavy blanket all morning. He played a first-person shooter game using the gunshots and action to drown out the forest's silence. As the day went on, the storm intensified, and drafts of cold air whistling through the cabin's wooden walls made him feel like the wilderness was slowly entering. Midnight started pacing by the front door during the day to tell him she needed to use the bathroom. The boy donned his winter coat, boots, and unlocked the front door. He took Midnight out onto the front porch and let her run in the snow. He looked across the clearing's pure white ground from the porch, shivering in the cold. It was then he noticed something odd. Snow footprints were visible. They were clean and had unfilled edges from snowfall. The boy knew the footprints were not his because this was his first time outside all day. He wondered who made them. The nearest neighbors were miles away and elderly, so they rarely walked through the dense woods, especially in a snowstorm. To see better, the boy left the porch and approached the tracks. He saw that the footprints came from the thick tree line. They entered the clearing, curved around the cabin's front, and headed back to the steep mountain slope. He tracked them using the skills his father taught him on hunting trips. He noticed the footprints' long stride, suggesting the maker was tall. The snow impressions were deep and heavy, but the steps were spaced out carefully, as if the person had been moving quickly but carefully. He watched the tracks circle the cabin, noticing how close they were to the windows. The person approached the living room window glass, stood for a moment, and then headed back. The boy felt a subtle chill unrelated to the cold air. He followed the footprints up the steep slope behind the cabin, watching them disappear into the mountain's thick pine trees. Due to the steep slope, a normal person would have needed their hands to balance, but there were no handprints in the snow. It looked like this person walked up the steep mountain slope with ease. He tried to convince himself it was a local hunter or hiker who got lost in the storm. Bringing Midnight inside, he locked the door and forgot about the footprints. He played video games again, but a tiny seed of unease had been planted. He tried to focus on his game, but he kept looking at the windows, wondering if someone was watching the cabin from the trees. The boy played video games in the loft as afternoon turned to evening. Midnight slept peacefully on the rug beside his chair. The snow kept falling, burying the world in white silence. By 5, the forest was dark as the light faded early. The boy went downstairs to cook. After eating a simple meal at the counter, he decided to close the house for the night. He circled the first floor, drawing heavy blackout curtains over the large front windows. He closed all the blinds, double-checked that all first-floor windows were locked, and then went to the heavy front door. The deadbolt clicked as he turned it. After checking the cabin's security, he returned to the loft master bedroom. Midnight followed him into the large bed and settled near the head of the bed next to his pillow. After turning off the bedside lamp, the boy closed his eyes. He felt Midnight tense up after only a few minutes of lying in the dark. Though silent, the dog stood up and stood still on the mattress. This boy opened his eyes and looked at her. In the faint light from the second-floor window, he saw Midnight's ears perk up and her eyes focused on the wooden stairs to the first floor. It was like she heard something downstairs. The boy did not panic because Midnight was usually a calm dog, but she could be jumpy in new places. He petted her back to calm her and get her to lie down. Midnight ignored him. She jumped off the bed and ran down the stairs into the first-floor darkness. The boy sat up in bed, his heart racing some. He remained still, listening intently. Though the cabin was locked, he suddenly remembered the fresh footprints in the snow from earlier that day. He heard Midnight pacing downstairs on the hardwood floor. He heard her claws rapidly clicking against the wood from the front door to the windows and back. She made that sound when she was desperate to go outside. The boy lay there, growing uneasy. He didn't want to go downstairs in the dark, but he couldn't lie there while his dog ran around. He breathed deeply, got out of bed, and descended the stairs. After descending the stairs, he saw Midnight by the front door. She stared at the door crack with stiff body and forward-pointing ears. She whined silently, pleading for release. She probably needed to use the bathroom after drinking all that water, the boy thought. The deadbolt was unlocked and the door opened by his hand. Cold night air rushed into the warm cabin. Standing on the threshold, he expected Midnight to go out in the snow and do her business. But she didn't. Midnight slowly stepped onto the porch, head bowed. She stalked forward, her eyes fixed on the clearing's darkness. She stopped at the porch edge and stared at the sitting tree in the center of the clearing. Shivering in his t-shirt, the boy stood on the porch. He looked out into the darkness, but saw nothing. Only the massive, silent pine trees against the dark sky were visible. He whispered to Midnight to hurry to the bathroom so they could go back inside. The dog ignored him completely. She was frozen, her muscles tense, ready to run into the woods. The boy felt a chilling dread. The forest silence became heavy and hostile. He realized that whatever Midnight was looking at was out in the dark, and he didn't want his dog to chase it through the woods. He approached, grabbed Midnight by the collar, and pulled her toward the cabin. He pulled her in, locked the deadbolt, and closed the heavy wooden door. He looked through the door's small glass window one last time, but saw nothing but darkness. He quickly swept the first floor, checking every lock again to ensure security. He took Midnight and went upstairs. Midnight refused to return upstairs. The boy had to pull her up the stairs. The dog refused to get on the bed when they returned to the master bedroom. Instead, she stood at the loft edge, staring down the staircase, ears perked. She occasionally looked at the boy as if asking him why they were staying inside, then looked down the stairs. The boy retreated under the covers to calm his racing thoughts. He kept telling himself it was a deer or coyote that had wandered into the clearing. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep. About 30 minutes passed silently. Just as the boy was falling asleep, a loud sound broke the silence. He heard a heavy, rhythmic thud above him. He froze, eyes wide. Sound came from the roof. The sound was loud and clear because the roof was directly above the master bedroom ceiling without an attic. He heard heavy footsteps on the wooden shingles. The sound was hollow, like animal hooves, according to the boy. About 6 steps were counted. Midnight immediately looked up at the ceiling, tracking the noise. Sitting up, the boy tried to think of a reason. He wondered how a deer or moose got on the cabin roof. The roof was steep and high. An animal couldn't have jumped onto it without a ladder or from one of the massive pine trees around the house. However, a tree jump would have made a loud, massive crash. He heard no crash. It seemed like whatever was up there had just appeared on the roof or had been there silently for a long time and just started walking. The roof footsteps stopped abruptly. Her head snapped down, and Midnight looked at the sliding glass door to the second-floor balcony. The door was closed, and the heavy blackout curtains were drawn to block the view. But Midnight stared at the glass like she knew something was there. Fear swept over the boy. Although he was a tough 17-year-old, being alone in the dark woods miles from help made him feel small. He avoided that balcony door. He wanted to hide under the covers and ignore everything, but he knew he couldn't wait in the dark for whatever it was to take action. He needed to know what was outside. He slid out of bed, shaking legs. He grabbed a heavy flashlight from the bedside table and held it tightly. Midnight walked beside him as he slowly approached the sliding glass door. He inhaled deeply and pulled back the blackout curtain. Outside was pitch black. He couldn't see through the glass. After opening the sliding door lock, he slowly pushed it open. Coming out onto the snowy balcony, the cold winter wind hit his face. Midnight nervously sniffed the air after him. His first thought was to look up. He pointed his flashlight at the roof above the balcony, expecting to see a deer, raccoon, or other animal trapped there. However, the roof was empty. He swept the light across the snowy shingles, but saw no animals or footprints from where he stood. He felt a little better. He wondered if the sound was snow sliding off the roof or his imagination. He then heard Midnight growling softly. She looked out into the dark clearing toward the sitting tree from the balcony edge, head pointing downward. The boy knew to check the yard. He raised his flashlight and swept it across the snow. He slowly moved the light from the house edge across the snow to the dense tree line. Light from the powerful beam illuminated the white ground through falling snow. He moved the light through the dark forest until it hit the sitting tree. A boy turned off the flashlight. He sat on the thick, parallel branch 20 feet above the ground. The boy froze, heart-stopping. His flashlight was focused on the tree figure. He was extremely tall and thin. His long arms gripped another branch above him as he crouched on the branch. Despite wearing dark, simple clothes, his face was exposed. He stared at the balcony boy with an unnaturally open mouth. He didn't blink. He stood still like a statue, holding onto the branches and staring at the 17-year-old with terrifying intensity. The sitting tree was less than 50 yards from the balcony, and the boy's flashlight highlighted every detail of the man's face. The boy's brain took a few seconds to process what he saw. A human, or something that looked like a human, was perched in a tree in a snowstorm, staring at him with a wide mouth. He felt the sight's terror physically. He panicked. His violent shaking caused him to drop the heavy flashlight. It clattered on the balcony's wooden floor. The noise made Midnight bark fiercely. The boy stood on the balcony in pitch-black darkness. Knowing the figure in the tree could see him, but not him, made him feel vulnerable. He desperately searched the balcony's snowy floor for the flashlight. Finally, his hand touched the cold metal. He grabbed it, turned it on, and instantly pointed the light at the sitting tree branch. Empty branch. The tall man left. The boy quickly swept the light down to the snowy ground beneath the tree, expecting to see someone running or hiding in the brush. There was nothing. The clearing was quiet, and the snow fell as usual. The boy acted immediately. He pushed Midnight back into the master bedroom by her collar and ran after her. He closed the sliding glass door, locked it, and closed the heavy blackout curtains to block the dark outside. He ran around the bedroom, turning off every light to make sure the cabin was dark so no one could see inside. After crawling back onto the bed, he pulled the blankets to his chest. Midnight crept up beside him, pressing against his side. She no longer growled or wanted outside. She shook, sensing the boy's terror. The boy lay in the pitch-black room, staring at the ceiling and losing control. He kept wondering if what he saw was real. How could a man sit on a 20-foot branch in a tree without lower branches? He got up there, quickly and quietly. How? Why was he crouched with his mouth open, staring at the cabin? The man's unblinking eyes and gaping mouth were etched in his mind. He recalled the roof footsteps he heard moments earlier. Was that the same man? If this person could climb a 20-foot tree effortlessly, he could climb the cabin roof. The boy checked his phone. Middle of the night. With a heavy heart, he realized he had several hours before sunrise. He was alone in miles of deep forest with no neighbors or way to get help. Someone or something stalked him from the darkness in the cabin. Room silence became agonizing. The boy tried to listen through his heavy breathing and heartbeat. After what seemed like an eternity, a sound broke the silence. The tapping was rhythmic and soft. Sound came from downstairs. The sound was like a fingernail gently tapping glass. Tap, tap, tap. Freezing, the boy held his breath. He and Midnight turned toward the stairs, listening to the first-floor noise. Although the boy knew all the downstairs doors and windows were locked, the tapping was very deliberate. A tree branch scraping the house or wind blowing against the wood were not the sounds. A steady, rhythmic tap on the front door glass. Panic hit the boy. He knew he wouldn't check downstairs. He lay still, praying that anyone outside would think the cabin was empty and leave. Front door tapping stopped after a few minutes. Long hours of tapping destroyed the boy's sense of time. Every second felt like an eternity, and the bedroom darkness seemed to close in on him. Under the heavy blankets, sweat dripped from his forehead despite the cold draft. He strains to hear the rhythmic tap, tap, tap that seemed to echo throughout the cabin. He counted the taps to find a pattern, but the sound was random. It started on one window, paused for a few minutes, and then started on another wall. It was deliberate, slow torture. He knew that running to his father's car in the pitch blackness would require running through deep snow, and the car was likely buried too deep to start or drive away. He was totally dependent on the outside world. He felt a primal fear that paralyzes you by locking up your muscles and keeping your breath in your throat. The boy breathed quietly, hoping the nightmare was over. He heard slow, heavy footsteps in the snow outside the cabin, walking along the side. A moment later, tapping resumed. It was on the cabin side wall this time. A solid tapping against the house's heavy wooden logs made it louder. The sound slowly moved along the wall, tapping, tapping, as if someone outside was walking around the perimeter, dragging their hand or finger along the wood. The boy watched the bedroom wall, knowing that only a few inches of wood and insulation separated him from the outside world. The tapping reached the cabin's back. The boy's heart stopped. He heard a clear, sharp tap on the tiny bathroom window. The first-floor bathroom window behind his bed was narrow and small. The back of the cabin was built into the mountainside, elevating the ground outside to almost level with the second floor. The tapping was now a few feet from the bedridden boy. Tap, tap, tap. The thin glass and close sound made the boy feel like the person was in the room with him. His body shook under the blankets as he closed his eyes. The bathroom window tapping stopped, but the snow footsteps did not. The boy heard snow crunch as the person crossed the cabin. New rhythmic tapping began on the opposite wall, slowly moving from the back to the front of the house. It was a slow, methodical cabin exterior search. The person tapped every wall, window, and entry point one by one. After tapping the large windows next to the kitchen, the cabin's front door was tapped again. The kid felt hunted. He realized this wasn't a random passerby. That person knew he was inside, and they were playing a sick, terrifying game with him, telling him they were out there, surrounding him, and he had nowhere to run. When the boy thought his nerves were shot, the downstairs tapping stopped. Silence for a few minutes. The boy had his muscles tense, waiting for the next sound in the dark. Then he heard heavy, slow footsteps on the second-floor balcony's wooden stairs. His heart sank into his stomach. The person climbed the balcony. A second later, the tapping began on the master bedroom's large sliding glass doors a few feet from his bed. Tap, tap, tap. The boy looked at the heavy blackout curtains, knowing that the tall man was on his belly looking at the dark room behind that thin layer of fabric and glass. Slowly tapping, the glass continued. The room was filled with a constant, annoying sound. The boy feared the man would break the glass or force the sliding door lock. He knew he had nowhere to run if the door opened. He clung to midnight, frozen in fear, waiting for the glass to break. Glass did not shatter. The sound stopped after several minutes of tapping on the balcony door. After hearing the wooden balcony creak as the weight shifted, the boy heard someone climbing onto the roof above him. Ceiling tapping began shortly after. It moved slowly across the roof above him. Tap, tap, tap. All night, the person paced the roof, tapping the wood. No sleep was had by the boy. He lay in the dark, listening to the rhythmic tapping above him and watching the room's shadows change as the hours passed. The longest night of his life. He felt powerless in an endless nightmare. After hours of psychological torture, the boy saw the first dawn light peeking through the blackout curtains. He was too scared to move after the roof tapping stopped. The boy got up from bed as the sun slowly rose over the mountains, casting a bright, cold light on the snowy landscape. His body was stiff and exhausted from nighttime tension. He slowly approached the sliding glass door and inhaled. He pulled back the blackout curtain edge. The balcony was empty. He blinked as the morning sun reflected off the white snow. He opened the sliding door slowly and stepped outside into the cold morning air. Midnight sniffed the ground as she followed him out. He looked down at the balcony floor first. Fresh snow from the night was covered in a mess of footprints. Someone appeared to have been pacing the balcony for hours. He walked to the balcony edge, turned around, and looked up at the cabin's steep roof. The roof was covered in footprints in the fresh snow. He saw a racetrack of tracks crossing the shingles above his bedroom. The boy then walked to the balcony's wooden railing to look down. Footprints covered the cabin clearing. He saw a dense circular path of tracks that circled the cabin, passing every window and wall where he had heard the nighttime tapping. They looked like heavy, bare feet or thin-soled shoes packing the snow into a track. The boy watched the footprints. After seeing the path start at the cabin base, he followed the tracks across the clearing to the sitting tree. The footprints ended at the tree base. The boy imagined the tall man crouched in the dark on the thick parallel branch 20 feet above him. Another set of footprints left the tree base and disappeared into the dense forest and pine tree wall. The boy was adamant. He ran back inside the cabin, grabbed his clothes, video game console, and bags, and threw them in without folding. Cleanup and packing were unimportant to him. He wanted out as fast as possible. He grabbed Midnight, ran downstairs, unlocked the front door, and ran to his father's car. He put his bags in the trunk, got in the driver's seat, and started the engine. He only cleared the windshield enough to see the road ahead, not all the snow. He put the car in reverse, backed down the snowy driveway, and left the cabin without looking back. He returned home, exhausted, pale, and shaking. His mother immediately noticed something was wrong. He cried on the couch as he told her everything that happened at the cabin. He described the footprints, roof footsteps, tall man in the sitting tree, and constant window and wall tapping. His tale horrified his mother. She saw her son's trauma in his eyes and knew he wouldn't lie. She called the Mount Bachelor Sheriff's Department immediately. The report was taken seriously and a deputy investigated the cabin. After several hours, the deputy arrived at the property. The heavy snowstorm had turned into a light drizzle as the temperature rose. The fresh snow on the roof and balcony had melted and fallen off, destroying much of the evidence. The deputy found some packed snow around the cabin base and sitting tree, confirming that someone had been walking around the house, but the melting snow had erased the footprints. The deputies searched the vast forest for residents, but found none. During the investigation, the deputy asked the mother and boy if his late father had any enemies or if anyone was targeting the family. They couldn't name anyone. People liked his father, who had no enemies or business disputes. Another option was suggested by the deputy. Since the cabin was listed online, he said it was public. This allowed anyone with an internet connection to see the cabin's photos, isolated location, and likely empty interior. A drifter, squatter, or local predator may have seen the listing, realized the cabin was rarely occupied, and decided to use or scout it out. When the 17-year-old boy arrived alone, they may have played a terrifying psychological game with him. The boy felt queasy, thinking about someone watching him from the dark forest and planning their approach using a public real estate listing. The deputy searched local records after filing his report at the station. This was not the first time a Mount Bachelor cabin reported strange events. Locals reported several phantom tapper sightings over the past decade. These winter reports came from isolated cabins. Property owners reported hearing rhythmic tapping on their windows and walls at night, always accompanied by roof footsteps. Many owners found strange footprints in the snow the next morning, but the culprits were never found. Some older locals whispered about mountain drifters who lived in caves or makeshift shelters in the wilderness, completely disconnected from society. Other stories involved ancient forest spirits who didn't want humans on their land. Regardless, the police never caught anyone, and the cases remained unsolved. Quickly after the incident, the family sold the cabin. After learning they would never own that property again, the 17-year-old boy was relieved. It changed him forever, and he never returned to Mount Bachelor. He was afraid of the dark for years afterward and couldn't sleep without checking his door and window locks. He often lay in bed listening to the quiet sounds of his house, afraid of hearing that slow, rhythmic tapping on his bedroom window. He still doesn't know who or what stalked him that night. Was it a local who knew the family was selling the cabin and wanted to terrorize the occupants? A mentally unstable woods drifter? Or was it something more sinister and unexplainable? The image of the tall man on the branch with his mouth open and unblinking eyes will haunt him forever. Many thanks for watching. Comment your thoughts on today's episode. And remember, you can binge on our true crime playlist right now. Till next time. See you. Just before midnight on the 20th of August, 2012, a 19-year-old college student named Rosem and her best friend, 19-year-old Elizabeth Nass, walked down Main Street in their quiet hometown of Ellicott City, Maryland. It was their last night together before they each would pack up their things, say goodbye to their families, and head back to college in separate states. They had spent the entire summer together, hanging out, laughing, and making memories. They knew that once they went back to school, they would be separated by hundreds of miles and busy schedules, so they wanted to make this last night count. To cap off what had felt like an absolutely perfect summer, they decided to grab a few beers, even though they were underage, and head over to their favorite hangout spot. This spot was a train trestle that ran over Main Street. Now, to be clear, this train trestle was not some secret daredevil hideout spot. Lots of people in town knew about it. Lots of kids, including Rosem and Elizabeth Nass, had been up there many, many times before. It was a popular local landmark where teenagers would gather to talk and look at the beautiful lights of the town below. And while there was an active train track that ran across it, the concrete ledge on the trestle where everybody would sit when they were up there was several feet away from the tracks, safely out of the way of any passing trains. You could sit up there on the ledge, look down over the town, and a train could literally pass right by you on the tracks and not affect you at all. So overall, the girls felt it was completely safe to climb up and sit there. So Elizabeth Nass and Rosem climbed up onto the train trestle and took their usual seats along the concrete ledge, safely away from the tracks. They cracked open their beers and began talking about their upcoming college semesters. They talked about which classes they were going to take, what they were looking forward to, and really how much they were going to miss each other. They laughed about old memories from high school and made plans for how they would visit each other during the holidays. Then, at some point, Rosem pulled out her phone and took a photo of her and Elizabeth Nass's feet dangling off the trestle. The photo captured their feet hovering over Main Street with the quiet town lights glowing down below. She quickly posted that photo to Twitter. But as soon as she hit the post button, she and Elizabeth Nass heard a loud screeching sound coming from right behind them. When they turned around to see what it was, something huge smashed into them, and then everything went black. That loud screeching sound was the sound of a train passing by right behind them. But remember, the tracks are set far enough back that the train itself could not hit them. And in this case, the train was not the thing that hit these two girls. Instead, it was something truly unfortunate and rare that happened. When that train passed by the girls, it partially derailed. It was not a full-scale derailment with cars going everywhere off the tracks, but instead, several of these cargo cars toppled over onto their sides. Some of those cars that toppled over were open cars, carrying thousands of pounds of heavy coal. As the cars toppled, all of this coal spilled out, smashing into Rosem and Elizabeth Nass and fully burying them. It was like they were under an avalanche of coal. By the time they were pulled out from under the coal, they were already dead. Rosem and Elizabeth Nass were the only two fatalities from this derailment. Their families would later sue the railroad company, alleging negligence, and each family would receive a settlement, though the exact amounts were never disclosed. The news of the tragic accident quickly spread through the tight-knit community of Ellicott City, leaving everyone in a state of shock and disbelief. Rosem and Elizabeth Nass were well known and incredibly loved by their peers, teachers, and neighbors. A makeshift memorial of flowers, candles, and handwritten notes quickly began to grow near the base of the train trestle as people struggled to make sense of how a simple summer night could end in such an unimaginable disaster. The tragedy sparked intense local debates about safety measures around active railroad lines and whether more should be done to restrict access to landmarks like the trestle. But for the families of the two young women, no amount of safety discussions or legal settlements could ever fill the massive void left by their sudden loss. They were forced to face the upcoming autumn not by sending their daughters off to college, but by holding funerals. It was a stark and haunting reminder of how quickly life can change in the most unexpected way. Before we move on to our next story, I want to take a moment to thank BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and in honor of that, I wanted to share a quick personal story about my own mental health journey. Back in 2017, I got out of the military after serving for several years. When I transitioned back to civilian life, I went through a major identity crisis. So much of who I was, my entire purpose and sense of self, was wrapped up in being a Navy SEAL. But now that I was out on the other side, it felt like I did not know who I was anymore. I did not even know what kind of job to get, or really what to do with my life. It was this intense existential crisis that quickly sent me into a very dark and depressing spiral. But instead of seeking help or telling anybody about what I was going through, I kept it all bottled up inside. I began lashing out at my family and my friends, and I was just being a complete downer everywhere I went. I was pushed away from the people who cared about me the most. It was not until my family and friends, because they loved me so much, stepped in and confronted me. They told me that I really needed to see someone. That was the moment I finally understood the negative impact I was having on other people and just how bad things had gotten for me personally. And so, I decided to go out and speak to a therapist. At first, I admit I was not sold on the idea. I did not think this was going to be a big solution for me. But pretty quickly, having that neutral third party to bounce ideas off of and gain new perspective from really changed my life. It set me on a course to where I am happy today. I still see a therapist to this day, and it is therapy that got me to this place right now. This emotional equilibrium I have reached is because of therapy. So, if you are struggling right now, I would highly suggest thinking about therapy as an option for you. And a great starting point for therapy is BetterHelp. It is incredibly convenient, primarily because it is entirely online. This makes it so easy and accessible. All you have to do is fill out a quick, simple survey online, and then within 2 days, they will pair you up with a licensed professional therapist. And if for any reason you want to change your therapist, you can do that at any time at absolutely no additional cost. You can click the link in the description below or go to betterhelp.com/mbballen to get 10% off your first month of therapy. Again, that is betterhelp.com/Mr. to get 10% off your first month of therapy. Now, let us get back to our stories. At 6 p.m. on the 27th of October 2014, a 17-year-old boy named Jesus Manes was playing basketball with a group of friends on an outdoor basketball court at Kinloch Park in Miami, Florida. The friends had broken up into two teams and were in the middle of a very intense pickup game. The game was pretty close, and Jesus Manes' team was doing really well. They were running up and down the court, sweating in the warm Florida evening heat, completely focused on winning. But at some point, when Jesus Manis and his team had possession of the ball, one of his teammates just got frazzled by the defense and took a crazy three-point shot from way behind the line. The ball sailed right past the hoop, completely missing it, a total air ball, and it bounced and then went clean over a chain-link fence on the edge of the park. As soon as this happened, Jesus Manis and all of his friends let out a collective groan because they knew basically anything that went over that fence was pretty much gone forever. But to Jesus Manis's surprise, one of his friends turned to Jesus Manis and was like, "Hey, why don't you just hop the fence and go get the ball?" Now, Jesus Manis really did not want to do that. He had been coming to this park since he was a small toddler with his family, and his mom and dad had always told him to never ever climb that fence. Never. But now, Jesus Manis's friend had turned it into a dare, saying, "Come on, Jesus, hop the fence and get the ball." The other friends picked up on this and started egging him on, saying, "Yeah, Jesus, go over there and get the ball." Jesus Manis knew this was not a good idea, but surrounded by all of his peers, he didn't want to look weak or scared. He thought to himself, what is the worst that could happen? And said, "All right, I will go get it." Jesus Manis left the basketball court and walked over to this fence, which was about 7 feet tall, with sharp barbed wire across the top of it. He turned back around, and his friends were all smiling and cheering him on. So he began climbing the fence. He reached the top, positioned himself carefully over the barbed wire to avoid cutting himself, and tumbled down to the other side. He hit the ground pretty hard, but stood up, realized he was okay, and looked through the fence at his cheering friends. Jesus Manis was feeling very confident and smiled at them like a hero. He turned around, picked up the basketball, and chucked it back over the fence to his friends. He was about to climb back over when he noticed another basketball that someone else had lost over this fence. Except this basketball was on the other side of a second fence. Basically, once you climb the first fence, a couple of feet later, there is a second fence. These were the two fences that Jesus Manis and everyone who came to this park were warned about. Never climb them. But Jesus Manis had already climbed the first one, got his basketball, and thought he could climb the second one too to get a backup ball. He figured it would be an easy way to get another ball for their games. So, without even telling his friends, Jesus Manis walked over to the second fence, which was identical to the first one, carefully climbed to the top, positioned himself over the barbed wire, and dropped down to the other side. But within seconds of Jesus Manis landing inside of that second fenced-in area, something absolutely horrible happened. His friends back on the court saw what was going on and began totally panicking. They were screaming, running around, and did not know what to do. Eventually, one of them called 911. Minutes later, first responders showed up and found the teenagers completely frantic, pointing toward the fenced-in areas. The first responders looked and knew right away there was virtually nothing they could do to save Jesus Manis. The reason these fences were totally off limits, and the reason Jesus Manis's family had warned him to never climb them, was because inside of that second fenced-in area was an electrical power grid. There were warning signs all over the fences, but Jesus Manis had ignored them. When he landed inside of that second area, he stepped directly on a live electrical wire. The second he did, 500,000 volts of electricity coursed through his body. For reference, the average lightning bolt contains about 300,000 volts of electricity. When Jesus Manis hit that wire, it was the equivalent of 2 lightning bolts striking him at once, over and over again. Jesus Manis died almost immediately from the massive electrical shock. In the days following the incident, Kinloch Park was filled with grief as classmates, family members, and local residents came to pay their respects to Jesus Manis. A beautiful memorial was set up right by the basketball court where he had spent so much of his life. People left basketballs, signed jerseys, and wrote heartfelt messages on the pavement, mourning the loss of a bright, energetic young man who had his whole life ahead of him. The power company that operated the electrical substation immediately launched an investigation into how the tragedy occurred, ultimately reiterating the importance of the warning signs and the physical barriers that had been put in place to protect the public. The tragedy served as a somber and permanent warning to all the kids in the neighborhood about the invisible, deadly dangers that lay just beyond those chain-link fences. For Jesus Manis's family, the park would never be the same, and they were left with a permanent hole in their hearts. On the afternoon of the 22nd of April 2023, a 49-year-old father of three named Carlo Keefe crawled through a cave system in Cumbria, England. He was on his hands and knees, slowly shuffling his way forward, and the only light guiding him through the dark tunnel was the small headlamp on his helmet. Now, Carlo Keefe was an adventurer who loved rock climbing and exploring caves, but this particular cave system was one he was not that familiar with. He had only been here a couple of other times and did not have a map with him, so he did not actually know where he was going. But Carlo Keefe was not remotely worried because he knew this was easily the safest cave system he had ever explored. In fact, this place was so safe that families regularly showed up with their kids and let them run around freely with no fear they would get hurt. Carlo Keefe had no worries, and he could still hear the other people and their kids playing and laughing just behind him in the entrance area. Even though he did not really know where he was or where the tunnel led, he felt completely fine and was just enjoying the adventure. He was completely alone in the narrow passage, feeling the air. Carlo Keefe continued crawling through this tunnel and eventually reached a T-intersection where he had to choose between going right or left. Since he had no map, he decided to just go right. He began going down this tunnel, which closely resembled the first one. But as he crawled along, he started to feel like the walls around him were shrinking, and it was getting harder to push his body forward. Finally, when it felt so tight and claustrophobic that he realized he should just turn around, he reached a dead end. Since he could not go further, Carlo Keefe decided he would make a U-turn with his body to go back the way he came. He was on his hands and knees, facing the dead end. The tunnel was incredibly pitch black and quiet, with only the distant sound of children echoing from far away. Carlo Keefe tried to shimmy at himself one way or the other, but it was like no matter what he did, he just could not move out of this U-shape. His heart rate began to rise, and it became much harder to breathe. It felt like the walls of this cave were pressing down on him, and he became overwhelmingly claustrophobic. He began to panic and started screaming out for help. Immediately, some of the staff who heard him yelling made their way into the tunnel system and saw Carlo Keefe wedged there. When they tried to pull him out by his feet, they could not get him to move at all. Sensing a true emergency, the staff backed out and called the fire department. The firefighters came out, but they too could not get Carlo Keefe out of the tight space. He was completely stuck. All Carlo Keefe could do was try to stay calm and take measured breaths to avoid restricting his breathing even more. He kept thinking the rescue team would get him out quickly, but to his shock and the shock of the first responders, it would take an agonizing 4 hours to finally free him. During those 4 hours, Carlo Keefe grew weaker and more panicked as his muscles were crushed. The instant he was freed, he was rushed to the hospital and admitted to the intensive care unit. At the hospital, the doctors discovered that Carlo Keefe had suffered extensive, severe crush injuries from being trapped in that position for so long. He had severe bone damage, organ damage, and nerve damage throughout his body. Despite heroic efforts by the medical staff to save him, Carlo Keefe died 8 days later from his injuries. His death became massive national news because it seemed completely impossible that someone could die in a cave system designed to be so safe. But the reason it was so safe was because this was not a real, natural, underground cave system. It was an indoor play center for children. The entire cave system was constructed out of molded plastic tunnels meant for kids to crawl around in during birthday parties. Adults were told they could also go through the tunnels with their kids. Carlo Keefe had gone to a birthday party for one of his children's friends and brought his kids along. Being the devoted father that he was, he had gone right into the tunnels to play with them, never imagining that a harmless children's toy would end up claiming his life. In the wake of his passing, the play center closed the cave attraction permanently, and local authorities launched a comprehensive review of safety standards for indoor adventure parks, hoping to ensure that no other family would ever have to endure such a shocking and preventable tragedy. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. It was late in World War II, on a small island in the Philippines called Lubang. One morning, a Japanese soldier named Lieutenant Hiru Onoda moved silently out of the dense jungle. He crouched low at the edge of a massive rice field, his eyes scanning the area. A moment later, another soldier, a man named Kozuka, emerged from the trees behind him. Together, they began to crawl on their bellies through the mud, inching their way toward huge bundles of freshly harvested rice that had been left in the field by local farmers. When they finally reached the first big bundle, Onoda carefully pulled 2 torches from his pack. See, when Onoda had first been sent to Lubang, his orders were very clear. He was to destroy the island's airfield and do everything he could to disrupt the enemy. But almost immediately, the mission had gone completely sideways. Allied forces, the enemy of the Japanese, had launched a surprise attack on the island. The Japanese forces had been forced into a chaotic evacuation, and in the confusion, Onoda and Kozuka had been left behind. They had no idea if any other Japanese soldiers had also been stranded, but for the moment, it was just the 2 of them. Even though they were cut off with no idea if they'd ever be rescued, they still had their mission. Their job was to fight, to attack the enemy in any way they could. And these bundles of rice right in front of them, they knew exactly where this food was going. It was going to feed the enemy soldiers who now occupied the island. And so, their duty was to destroy it. Onoda took a moment, then lit the 2 torches. He handed one to Kozuka. They touched the flames to the first dry bundle of rice, and it went up in a whoosh of fire. Then, they started running. They sprinted across the field, stopping every few yards to set another bundle ablaze, until the entire rice field was a wall of fire and smoke. Suddenly, gunshots cracked through the air. The enemy had seen them. Onoda and Kozuka dropped their torches and immediately turned, running as fast as they could back towards the safety of the jungle. This was their routine. It was the rhythm of their entire existence. They would launch a surprise attack, cause some damage, and then retreat back into the jungle where they could hide and regroup. It was the one thing that gave their lives purpose. They were still fighting the war, and they would continue to fight until they were either killed or rescued. They were usually very good at this, experts at disappearing back into the trees before the enemy could zero in on them. But this time was different. As they were running, with bullets kicking up dirt all around them, Onoda heard Kozuka yell out from behind him. He turned just in time to see his only companion fall hard to the ground. A few weeks later, Onoda was alone. He was making his patrol along the north side of the island, just as he always did, but the silence was heavy. Kozuka had been shot and killed during their raid on the rice field. Onoda was now, almost certainly, the last Japanese soldier left on the entire island. He knew that his honor demanded he keep fighting, even by himself. But doing it alone was a whole different kind of battle. He was exhausted. He was depressed. He was surviving on stolen banana peels and whatever scraps he could get from the local farms. It was a truly miserable way to live. And things were getting worse. Ever since the Allied forces had killed Kozuka, they had somehow learned Onoda's name. They had intensified their operations, and now they were hunting for him specifically. Onoda had been forced to abandon his jungle camp and move into a small, hidden underground cave he'd found. But even there, he couldn't escape. He could hear the constant drone of fighter jets flying low overhead, searching for him. Sometimes patrols of enemy soldiers would push into the jungle near his cave. He could hear them calling out his name, telling him to stop hiding and surrender. On this particular day, as Onoda was on patrol, he heard voices up ahead. He instantly dropped into a crouch, hiding behind a large boulder. Soon, 3 enemy soldiers walked into view. They had no idea he was there. Their rifles were slung casually over their shoulders, and they were laughing and joking with each other. But Onoda started to panic. He knew that sooner or later they would spot his footprints in the mud. They would track him right back to his hiding spot. A part of him, a very tired part, was ready for it all to be over, even if it meant being captured. But his training, his sense of duty, took over. He forced himself to raise his rifle, take careful aim, and fire. Months went by. Onoda could tell by the air and the trees that it was springtime. It had been weeks since he had seen any enemy soldiers on his patrols. He was holed up in his underground cave, rereading a worn-out letter he had kept from his family back home. Suddenly, he heard movement directly above him. Then, a voice called out his name. Onoda's instincts kicked in. He grabbed his rifle, ready to scramble out of the cave and start shooting. But before he could move, the person above ground began to speak again. And as Onoda listened, he realized he knew that voice. It was not an enemy soldier. Slowly, cautiously, Onoda crawled out of his cave. When he saw the person standing there, the person who had been speaking to him, he just broke down and started to weep. It was his old commanding officer, the man he had been waiting to hear from all this time. And his commander was walking toward him with a group of other soldiers, friendly Japanese soldiers. Onoda struggled to his feet. He immediately snapped to attention and gave the officer a sharp salute. He asked if he was finally allowed to go home. And the officer looked at him with a sad expression and said, yes, he could. Because it turned out the date was the 9th of March, 1974. World War II had officially ended 29 years earlier. Hiro Onoda had spent almost 3 decades fighting a war that was long over. He had been terrorizing and attacking Filipino farmers, villagers, and local police officers, all of whom he had mistaken for enemy troops. He was still living in a war that existed only in his mind. The Japanese government had presumed Onoda and Kozuka were dead years ago. But after Kozuka was killed and his body was recovered, they realized Onoda might still be out there. They sent search parties to the island to look for him. But Onoda had seen these search parties as enemy trickery, attempts to capture him. He had hidden from every single one of them. It wasn't until he heard the familiar voice of his old commanding officer, a voice he knew he could trust, that he finally came out of hiding and laid down his rifle. When Onoda finally returned to Japan, he was given a hero's welcome. But the celebration was complicated. Innocent people had died because he was on that island, believing he was still at war. He had been a hero in his own mind, but in reality, he had been terrorizing innocent people even if he didn't know it. The whole situation was incredibly sensitive. In the end, Onoda wrote an autobiography called No Surrender. He later became a rancher and moved to Brazil, where he lived until he passed away from heart failure in 2014. Around 11 o'clock at night on the 19th of April, 1958, a 22-year-old man named Frank Esco was driving his pickup truck along a coastal road in Santa Cruz, California. He had 2 of his friends with him in the truck. The road they were on was called West Cliff Drive. It was a beautiful, scenic road that snaked along the top of a cliff right next to the Pacific Ocean. During the day, the view was absolutely amazing. But tonight, Frank couldn't see much of anything. It was pitch black, and the road had no streetlights. The amazing view was completely lost in the darkness. Frank glanced over at his friends. They were both slumped over, half asleep. And to be honest, Frank was pretty close to nodding off himself. All 3 of them were completely exhausted. They had woken up early that morning, driven 50 miles from their hometown to Santa Cruz, and then spent the entire day out on the beach. Now, they were all just desperate to get home and climb into their beds. Frank, in particular, was really anxious to get back. His wife, Margaret, always waited up for him. And right now, she was pregnant with their first child. He really didn't want to keep her waiting all night. So, Frank pushed his foot a little harder on the gas pedal. He sped along the dark road, trying to enjoy what little he could see of the ocean and listening to the sound of the waves crashing below. He started thinking about his wife and their baby on the way. But as he drove, he came up on a sharp curve in the road that he just didn't see in the dark. He was going way too fast. He slammed on the brakes, and the truck began to slow down, but not nearly fast enough. He jerked the steering wheel hard, trying to fight the momentum, but it was too late. The truck spun completely out of control. Frank heard his friends wake up and start screaming. He was desperately trying to keep the truck on the road, trying to pull it away from the edge of the cliff, but it was like the truck had a mind of its own. It just kept spinning towards the edge. In the last second, Frank looked out his driver's side window and saw his headlights flash across the metal guardrail, the only thing separating them from the cliff. He knew in that moment there was nothing more he could do. They slammed into the barrier with a huge crash. He felt the truck lurch forward, smashing right through the metal, and then suddenly, they were weightless. He and his friends were falling off the cliff, plummeting down toward the dark ocean below. In that split second, as they were literally falling through the air, Frank squeezed his eyes shut and just screamed along with his friends. He was expecting the truck to hit the water any second. He imagined cold ocean water pouring in through the windows, the truck sinking to the bottom, and all of them drowning, completely helpless. But then, amazingly, Frank felt the truck slam into something incredibly hard. It was definitely not water. And just like that, they weren't falling anymore. There was no water pouring into the cab. Frank was completely disoriented from the impact and the darkness. He couldn't really see what was going on, but he did a quick check on himself. He seemed to be okay. He looked over at his friends, and they were also completely shaken up, but they were alive. Everyone was physically okay. Frank frantically asked them, "Are you guys good?" And his friends, still in shock, managed to say, "Yeah, we're good." Then, almost instinctively, one of his friends on the passenger side slowly opened his door. He carefully leaned out to try and see what had just happened. After a moment, the friend looked back at the other two and just said, "We're stuck on a ledge. We got caught on a ledge." For a second, all three of them just froze. It felt like if any of them moved too much, the truck might rock off the ledge and fall the rest of the way down. But the friend looked out again and said it seemed like they were stable. By some absolute miracle, they had only fallen about 20 feet down the cliff. They had landed on a wide rock ledge that jutted out from the cliff face instead of crashing all the way down into the ocean. Hitting that ledge had almost certainly saved their lives. Frank was so relieved, so amazed at their incredible luck, that he just started to laugh. All they had to do now was carefully climb out of the truck and find a way to flag down a car on the road just 20 feet above them. They were going to be okay. So, Frank's two friends climbed all the way out of the truck. They stood on the rocky ledge on the passenger side, just looking out at the ocean, thanking their lucky stars that they had survived such a horrible crash. Frank wanted to get out and join them. He decided to go out his own door, the driver's side door. But when he tried to open it, he found that it was jammed shut from the impact. So instead, he started to roll down his window so he could climb out that way. At the exact same time Frank was doing this, his friends who were standing out on the ledge turned around to look at him and see what he was doing. Through the windows of the truck, they could really only see his shadowy shape in the darkness. But they watched as he was clearly climbing out of his window, getting ready to join them on the ledge. But the instant he climbed out on the other side of the truck, the moment his body was clear of the window, it was like Frank just vanished. He was there 1 second and gone the next. For a moment, his friends were just confused. One of them called out, "Frank, where did you go? Where are you?" But there was no response. Just silence. So, very carefully, the two friends began to walk around the front of the truck to see what Frank was doing. And when they got to the other side and they saw what was there where Frank should have been standing, they were absolutely horrified. It would turn out the ledge that Frank and his friends had landed on, the very one that had just saved their lives, was not a completely solid surface. Specifically, it was porous. And in one particular spot, there was a hole. A hole just big enough for a person to fall through. And that hole was located on the immediate outside of the driver's side of the truck. That hole, the one that Frank couldn't see in the darkness when he jumped out of his window, was the entrance to an underwater sea cave. Frank had survived the incredible fall, only to fall straight into this dark cave. He had no idea what had happened. He found himself in a network of dark, wet tunnels. There was a little bit of water on the floor, but it wasn't very deep yet. He started trying to find a way out, but he quickly got lost inside the confusing maze of tunnels. His friends were up on the ledge, screaming his name. Rescuers showed up a little while later. But by the time the tide began to come in a couple of hours later, Frank was nowhere near the entrance hole. He was lost deep inside the cave. So when the water level rose, it didn't lift him up towards the exit. It just filled up the space he was trapped in. And he drowned. On the afternoon of the 19th of December, 1966, a 59-year-old man named Dr. Mohammed Ibrahim sat in a conference room inside a government building in Cairo, Egypt. He was there in his official capacity as an employee of the Egyptian government, and he was sitting at a table across from two government representatives from France. He felt incredibly nervous. He had been meeting with these same two men for the last 4 months, trying to reach an agreement with them about a very important diplomatic decision. But so far, they had not been able to make a deal. The reason for the stalemate was that these French representatives wanted Mohammed, who was the Director General of Egyptian Antiquities, to help them put together a huge exhibition in Paris. The entire exhibition was going to be about ancient Egypt. And specifically, they wanted Mohammed to loan them a collection of priceless artifacts from an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's tomb. But Mohammed was deeply afraid to loan these specific artifacts out. He, along with many other people in his field, believed that these particular artifacts were sacred. They believed they should never be transported outside of Egypt because doing so would be deeply disrespectful to the pharaoh himself. So, on this particular day, Mohammed finally decided to be completely honest with the French representatives. He looked at them and said that they were never going to reach a deal because he was simply not willing to loan out these items. He told them it felt profoundly disrespectful to the pharaoh. He knew it probably sounded a little crazy because the pharaoh had been dead for thousands of years, but that was just how he felt. And he wanted them to understand that this wasn't a negotiating tactic. This was something he could not change. Up until this point, Mohammed had been trying to find other ways to make a deal work, but he had never come right out and said that his main objection was this personal feeling of disrespect towards the long-dead pharaoh. So this was the first time the French representatives were hearing his true reason. And from Mohammed's perspective, when he said it, it looked like they almost wanted to laugh. Like they thought he had to be kidding. But when they realized Mohammed was being completely serious, their expressions changed. They shifted in their seats and looked at him with what seemed like sympathy. Then they promised Mohammed that if he loaned them the artifacts, it would not be disrespectful at all. In fact, they argued it would do the opposite. It would actually honor the pharaoh because it would allow people all over France to see and appreciate the incredible artifacts from his tomb. Mohammed and the French representatives went back and forth on this for hours. And eventually, very slowly, Mohammed did start to see their side of things. It started to make sense to him that maybe allowing France to display the artifacts wasn't an act of disrespect, but actually a way of honoring the pharaoh's legacy. And so finally, maybe against his better judgment, Mohammed officially agreed to loan out the artifacts. The deal was done, and the meeting was over. A few minutes later, Mohammed walked out of the government building and onto the busy sidewalk outside. He felt lighter than he had in months. The stressful negotiation was finally over. He didn't have to think about it anymore. It was a huge weight off his shoulders. Now, all Mohammed wanted to do was just go home. He started walking towards the parking lot where his car was parked. He stepped off the curb to head across the street, looking straight ahead, thinking about the day. And as he did, he heard a loud, blaring horn and the screeching sound of tires on pavement. And then, everything went black. It would turn out that the artifacts Mohammed had just agreed to loan out were from the tomb of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh, King Tutankhamun. And Mohammed, along with many, many others, believed that these artifacts were not just sacred, but that they were also cursed. This belief existed because over the years, at least 11 people who had a direct connection to the discovery and handling of these artifacts had died under mysterious or sudden circumstances. It was believed that anybody who disrespected the artifacts or the pharaoh's tomb would face King Tut's wrath. In just minutes after Muhammad finally convinced himself to go against his own gut feeling and agree to loan out these artifacts to France, he walked out of that government building in Cairo and he was hit and killed by a truck. His death made headlines all over the world. To this day, some people will say it was just a horrible, tragic accident. But others insist he was yet another victim of King Tut's curse. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. Mount Fuji, standing majestically at 3,776 meters, is the highest peak in Japan. To millions around the world, its perfectly symmetrical snow-capped cone is a symbol of serenity, beauty, and spiritual peace. However, beneath this picturesque facade lies a volatile nature. Not only is Mount Fuji an active stratovolcano, but during the winter months it transforms into an incredibly treacherous environment. Severe blizzards, sub-zero temperatures, gale-force winds, and sheets of solid, unyielding ice turn the scenic slopes into a deadly trap. For this reason, official climbing season is strictly limited to the summer months between July and September. During the winter, the mountain is officially closed to the public. Yet, there are no physical barriers or security guards stationed at the base of the mountain to stop determined individuals. Climbing during the off-season is a matter of personal responsibility and immense risk. While experienced mountaineers with specialized training, ice axes, heavy-duty crampons, and cold-weather gear can successfully navigate the winter peak, anyone else attempting the climb is inviting disaster. In the late autumn of 2019, a 47-year-old Japanese man, known online as Tedu and to some viewers as Tedzu, decided to challenge the mountain. Tedu was an internet streamer and a thrill-seeker, but he was by no means a mountaineer. He lacked the physical conditioning, the survival training, and, most fatally, the correct equipment. His goal was not just to summit Mount Fuji in dangerous conditions, but to broadcast the entire journey live to his online audience on a popular streaming platform. He believed the extreme setting would attract a massive crowd of viewers seeking validation and fame from the digital world. On the morning of his climb, Tedu arrived at the Subashiri Trail. The weather at the base was chilly but seemingly manageable. However, his choice of gear immediately signaled trouble to anyone with basic hiking knowledge. Instead of specialized insulated layers, waterproof clothing, and mountaineering boots, Tedu wore basic street clothes. He carried lightweight trekking poles, which are useful for dirt paths but entirely useless on hard ice. Most importantly, he lacked crampons, the sharp metal spikes attached to boots that allow a climber to bite into ice, and an ice axe, the ultimate tool for stopping a sudden slide down a slope. His most vital piece of equipment, in his own eyes, was his smartphone attached to a selfie stick. As Tedu turned on his live stream and began his ascent, the broadcast started on a cheerful note. He chatted casually with his audience, commenting on the volcanic ash beneath his feet and the beautiful scenery. Early on, viewers tuned in out of curiosity, sending words of encouragement and digital gifts. The steady stream of real-time comments and notifications acted as a powerful psychological anchor, fueling his determination to keep moving forward. However, as Tedu pushed higher up the mountain, the environment began to change drastically. The dirt and volcanic ash gave way to patches of snow, which quickly turned into continuous sheets of hard, slippery ice. The ambient temperature plummeted well below freezing, and the wind began to howl, whipping up loose snow and drastically reducing visibility. Tedu's physical condition began to deteriorate rapidly. Because he was only wearing regular clothes, the extreme cold began to seep into his body. On screen, viewers watched as Tedu began to hyperventilate. He openly complained to his audience that his fingers were becoming completely numb and losing all sensation. He struggled to hold his smartphone steady, and his hands shook violently. At this point, the nature of the live chat began to shift. Several experienced hikers in the audience realized the gravity of the situation. They began typing urgent messages, pleading with him to turn back, warning him that frostbite was setting in and that the upper slopes were too dangerous. But Tedu was trapped in a psychological phenomenon known as the sunk cost fallacy, compounded by the pressure of a live audience. He felt he had already climbed too high and invested too much effort to simply give up. He also feared disappointing his viewers and losing the digital spotlight. Every time he looked at his phone, he saw the viewer count rising. Misinterpreting this morbid curiosity as support, he pressed on, dismissing the warnings. As he neared the steep final stretch just below the summit, the trail became incredibly narrow and steep. The safety ropes and fences installed for summer tourists were completely buried under feet of ice or dismantled. The terrain was now a literal sheet of glass, tilted at a brutal angle. Tedu was forced to rely entirely on his lightweight trekking poles, which bounced uselessly off the hard ice instead of digging in. His regular shoes had absolutely no traction. The live stream captured his final, agonizing minutes. Tedu was slipping constantly, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. He noted aloud how incredibly steep the slope had become and how dangerous the footing looked. Yet, he took another step forward. Suddenly, the camera angle jerked violently. The smooth motion of his walk broke. Tedu had lost his footing on a patch of black ice. "Wait! I'm slipping!" Tedu cried out, his voice instantly shifting from exhaustion to pure panic. Because he lacked an ice axe, he had no way to perform a self-arrest, a technique where a climber throws their body weight onto an axe to dig into the mountain and stop a fall. Without it, the steep, icy slope acted like a massive, frictionless slide. Tedu began to slide down the mountainside, gaining speed with every passing second. The smartphone, still broadcasting live, spun wildly, showing chaotic, terrifying blurs of white snow, blue sky, and the steep drop below. Tedu's voice could be heard over the rushing wind, uttering his final chilling words. Well, it can't be helped. It was a phrase of grim resignation, a realization that he had made a fatal mistake and there was absolutely nothing he could do to fix it. The thousands of viewers watching the stream could only look on in absolute horror as the camera suddenly froze, showing a still image of a trekking pole resting on the snow before the connection cut to absolute silence. The next day, search and rescue teams deployed a helicopter to scour the treacherous winter slopes of Mount Fuji. Given the extreme speed of his slide, Tedu had traveled an immense distance down the mountain in a matter of seconds. Rescue workers eventually located his lifeless body at an altitude of approximately 2,700 meters more than 1,000 meters below the point where he had slipped. The brutal fall down the rocky, icy mountainside had killed him instantly. He had traded his life for a temporary surge in internet viewership, leaving behind a haunting digital record of his own final moments. In the turbulent landscape of late 20th century Mexico, few figures loomed as large or as tragically as Rosalino Chelino Sanchez. Born in 1962 into grinding poverty in the rural, cartel-dominated state of Sinaloa, Chelino's life was practically destined to be shaped by violence. Sinaloa was a place where local disputes were settled with gunfire and where the line between folk heroes and outlaws was often blurred. For Chelino, this brutal reality struck early and intimately. When he was just a teenager, a local, wealthy, and powerful man assaulted his sister. In a society where justice from the authorities was a rare commodity, a 7-year-old Chelino took matters into his own hands. He tracked the man down to a local party and shot him dead, avenging his family's honor. Knowing that remaining in Sinaloa meant certain death or imprisonment, Chelino fled across the border into the United States. Settling in California, he survived by working various undocumented jobs, eventually teaming up with his brother, Armando, to operate a human smuggling ring. For a time, it seemed Chelino had escaped the cycle of violence, but Sinaloa's dark shadow caught up with him once more. In 1984, Armando was brutally murdered in a Tijuana hotel room. Devastated by the loss, Chelino sought a way to preserve his brother's memory and process his immense grief. He chose music. Chileno began writing corridos, traditional Mexican narrative ballads that historically told stories of the Mexican Revolution. However, Chileno modernized the genre, transforming it into narco-corridos, drug ballads. He did not sing about fictional heroes. Instead, he wrote raw, unvarnished, and deeply authentic songs about real-world cartel bosses, smugglers, gunfights, and betrayals. While spent time in a Tijuana prison for minor offenses, other inmates, many of whom were dangerous cartel soldiers, began hiring him to write ballads detailing their own exploits. Chileno possessed a rare gift. He could translate the gritty, violent realities of the criminal underworld into poetic, captivating lyrics. When he was released, his reputation exploded. Chileno's voice was untrained, raspy, and distinct, but what he lacked in classical vocal talent, he more than made up for in sheer authenticity. He sang with the conviction of a man who had lived through the very bloodshed he described. To the thousands of Mexican immigrants living in the United States and the youth back in Mexico, Chileno became an overnight cultural icon, pioneering a subgenre of music that would dominate the airwaves for decades. As his fame grew, so did the danger. In the world of narco-corridos, singing the praises of one cartel boss inevitably meant insulting a rival faction. Chileno knew he was constantly walking a tightrope, but he refused to back down. His legendary status was cemented in January 1992 during a performance at a club in Coachella, California. In the middle of his set, an armed man jumped onto the stage and pulled out a pistol, firing directly at the singer. Instead of running or ducking for cover, Chileno pulled a handgun from his own waistband and engaged in a fierce, close-quarters shootout with the assassin right in front of a terrified, screaming crowd. Though Chileno was hit in the torso and critical condition, he survived. The assassin was subdued, but the chaotic exchange left one bystander dead and several injured. This incident did not destroy Chileno's career, it turned him into a living myth. He was no longer just a musician singing about violence, he was a man who lived by the gun and was willing to die by it. He became the ultimate symbol of the unyielding, fearless outlaw. However, Chileno was a realist. He knew that surviving the Coachella shootout had only bought him a little time. He openly told friends and family that his days were numbered and that his enemies would eventually find a way to finish the job. 4 months later, in May 1992, Chileno made a fateful decision to return to his homeland of Sinaloa for a highly anticipated promotional tour. His triumphant homecoming culminated on the night of May 15th at the Salon Bugambilias in Culiacan. The venue was packed to the brim with passionate fans eager to see their idol return to the soil that birthed his music. The atmosphere was electric, but the undercurrent of danger was palpable. Just as Chileno was preparing to sing one of his most famous tracks, an unidentified man in the crowd stepped forward and handed a small piece of paper to someone on stage, who then passed it directly to the singer. The moment was captured perfectly on a fan's camcorder, preserving one of the most haunting images in music history. As Chileno unfolded the note and read it silently, his entire demeanor shattered. The tough, untouchable outlaw persona vanished in an instant. His face grew incredibly pale, his eyes widened with a mixture of profound shock and deep sorrow, and a heavy sweat broke out across his forehead. He wiped his brow, staring blankly out into the crowd, as the weight of the universe seemed to settle on his shoulders. The note was an explicit, undeniable death threat from the local cartels. It stated quite simply, "If you sing tonight, this will be your last performance. We are going to kill you as soon as you step off the stage." For a long, agonizing few seconds, Chileno stood frozen. He looked at the paper, then crumpled it up and stuffed it into his pocket. He had 2 choices. He could drop the microphone, flee the stage under guard and try to hide, or he could give his people what they came for. Choosing the path of a true artist, Chileno signaled the band to start playing. He looked out at the audience, smiled through his fear, and delivered what many witnesses later described as the most passionate, haunting, and flawless performance of his entire life. He sang every lyric as if it were a final confession, knowing with absolute certainty that every breath he took on that stage brought him closer to his demise. When the concert concluded, Cellino did not rush away. He intentionally lingered on the stage, waving to his fans and saying an extended, emotional goodbye to his band members, knowing he would never see them again. Hours later, in the early morning of May 16th, Cellino left the venue in a caravan with his brothers and cousins. As their vehicles navigated the dark streets of Culiacan, they were suddenly intercepted by a group of heavily armed men driving suburban vehicles. The men flashed badges claiming to be state police officers and demanded that Cellino step out of the vehicle. Recognizing the reality of the situation, Cellino complied to protect his family. He willingly got into their car and disappeared into the night. A few hours later, two farmers walking near an irrigation canal on the outskirts of Culiacan discovered a body dumped in the dirt. It was Cellino Sanchez. He was blindfolded, his wrists and ankles bore severe rope burns from being bound, and he had been shot twice in the back of the head, executed in classic cartel fashion at just 29 years old. Cellino's final moments on stage, captured forever on film, remain an indelible testament to a man who looked his own mortality directly in the eyes and chose to sing his heart out anyway. The 25th of September, 1978, began as a picture-perfect morning in Southern California. The sky over San Diego was a flawless, brilliant blue, completely devoid of clouds. Visibility was virtually unlimited, extending for miles in every direction. For aviation professionals, it was the kind of pristine weather that promised an effortless day of flying. Among the thousands of people traveling through the air that morning were the passengers and crew of Pacific Southwest Airlines PSA Flight 182. PSA was a beloved regional airline affectionately known for its bright, cheerful brand. The company famously painted a black smile beneath the nose cone of every aircraft, earning them the nickname the Grinning Birds. The flight crew on duty was highly experienced. At the controls was Captain James McFerrin, a veteran pilot with over 14,000 hours of flight time, accompanied by First Officer Robert Fox and Flight Engineer Martin Wan. Flight 182 was a Boeing 727-200 commercial airliner en route from Sacramento to San Diego's Lindbergh Field, carrying 128 passengers and 7 crew members. Many on board were PSA employees commuting to work or heading home, creating a relaxed, friendly atmosphere in the cabin. At the same time, a completely different type of aviation operation was taking place in the very same airspace. A small, single-engine Cessna 172 was flying on a training mission. Inside the tiny cockpit were 2 men, David Boswell, a 35-year-old Marine Corps sergeant practicing instrument landing approaches, and his instructor, Martin Kazi, a seasoned 32-year-old pilot. They were practicing a series of specific maneuvers under the guidance of San Diego's Air Traffic Control, ATC. Because the weather was so exceptionally clear, the air traffic controllers instructed the crew of PSA Flight 182 to transition from instrument flight rules to visual flight rules, VFR. Under VFR, the ultimate responsibility for maintaining a safe distance from other aircraft shifts from the controllers on the ground to the eyes of the pilots in the cockpit. It is a fundamental rule of the skies: see and avoid. As the massive Boeing 727 began its descent into the San Diego area, the approach controller radioed Captain McFerrin, alerting him to the presence of the small Cessna ahead of them. The controller stated that the Cessna was maintaining an altitude of about 3,500 feet and heading in a similar direction. Captain McFerrin acknowledged the warning, and First Officer Fox quickly spotted a small plane outside his window. "Got him," Fox said, reporting to the captain that they had the traffic in sight. However, a fatal misunderstanding was quietly unfolding inside the Boeing's cockpit. The air traffic controller had warned them about Boswell and Kazi's Cessna 172. But because San Diego's skies were always busy, the PSA pilots had actually spotted a completely different third aircraft that happened to be flying in the vicinity. Unaware that they were looking at the wrong plane, the crew assumed the primary threat had already passed safely behind them. A few moments later, Flight 182 was handed over to the Lindbergh Field Airport Tower Controller. The tower controller, assuming the PSA crew was still actively watching the Cessna they had originally discussed, told them to maintain visual separation. Inside the cockpit, confusion began to brew. The pilots began to question where the Cessna actually was. "I think he's passed off to our right," Captain McFerrin muttered, looking out into the blue sky. "Yeah," First Officer Fox responded, though his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. The cockpit voice recorder would later reveal that the crew wasn't entirely sure. They began discussing the target in fragmented sentences. At one point, a voice in the cockpit murmured, "I hope so." Unfortunately, instead of asking air traffic control for an explicit clarification or requesting radar assistance to pinpoint the rogue aircraft, the crew allowed the conversation to drift. They assumed everything was fine. Meanwhile, the Cessna was flying directly ahead of the giant airliner. Because it was much smaller and slower, the Boeing 727 was rapidly gaining on it from behind. Crucially, due to the high-nosed pitch of the Boeing 727 as it prepared for landing, the Cessna fell directly into a catastrophic blind spot. It was positioned directly beneath the nose and cockpit floor of the airliner. The PSA pilots could look forward and sideways all they wanted, but it was physically impossible for them to see the small plane directly beneath their feet. Down on the ground, the automated conflict alert system at the air traffic control center began to flash and sound an alarm, indicating that the radar paths of the two planes were about to merge. The controller noticed the warning but chose not to issue an urgent, evasive command to the PSA jet. Because the PSA pilots had explicitly stated earlier that they had the traffic, the controller assumed the commercial pilots were fully aware of the Cessna and were intentionally passing close by it. The controller merely radioed the Cessna crew to inform them of the fast-approaching jet. At exactly 9:47 a.m., the unthinkable happened. The massive belly and right wing of the Boeing 727 slammed into the tiny Cessna from behind at an altitude of approximately 2,600 feet. The impact was violent and instantaneous. The Cessna disintegrated into a ball of fire, its fuselage breaking into pieces and tearing into the right wing of the airliner. The collision completely shattered the internal hydraulic lines inside the Boeing's right wing, rendering the flaps and control surfaces entirely useless. The right wing erupted into flames. Inside the cockpit of Flight 182, a blaring chorus of master caution, alarms, and fire warnings filled the air. The plane instantly rolled violently to the right, its nose dipping down into an unrecoverable steep dive toward the earth. Despite the terrifying forces pulling at the aircraft, Captain McFerrin and his crew displayed incredible professionalism, fighting the controls until the very end. Realizing that the hydraulic fluid was completely gone and the plane was unresponsive, McFerrin keyed his microphone to radio his final transmission to the tower. "Tower, we're going down. This is PSA," he said, his voice remarkably steady despite the circumstances. "Okay," the tower controller replied, unaware of the scale of the disaster. "We'll call the equipment for you." Inside the cabin, passengers were thrown against their seats as the ground rushed up at a terrifying speed of over 300 miles per hour. In those final, agonizing seconds, the cockpit voice recorder captured a deeply human moment. Amidst the mechanical wailing of the dying aircraft, the crew said their final goodbyes. "Easy, baby," a voice muttered, trying to soothe the dying machine. Then, just before impact, a final voice whispered over the intercom, "I love you, Mom." At 9:02 a.m., just 20 seconds after the collision, PSA Flight 182 slammed directly into the residential neighborhood of North Park, San Diego, exploding in a massive fireball that sent a column of black smoke thousands of feet into the air. The impact demolished an entire city block, destroying 22 homes. All 135 people on board the Boeing, both pilots in the Cessna, and 7 people on the ground were killed instantly, bringing the total death toll to 144. It was, at the time, the deadliest aviation disaster in United States history, a heartbreaking catastrophe born from a single, quiet moment of visual confusion in a perfectly clear sky. Human beings are hardwired to fear heights. It is an evolutionary survival mechanism designed to keep us away from steep drops and unstable edges. For 5-year-old Yenya Gomez, this fear was not just a passing discomfort, it was a deeply rooted, lifelong phobia. Yenya was a successful, intelligent young lawyer living in Colombia. She was known to her friends and family as someone who was generally cautious, analytical, and reserved. However, like many people who struggle with intense anxieties, Yenya harbored a quiet desire to conquer her fears. She wanted to prove to herself that she was stronger than the phobias that sought to control her. In July of 2021, an opportunity arose to face her ultimate fear. Her boyfriend, an adventure enthusiast, suggested they go bungee jumping. The location was a notorious hotspot for thrill seekers in the mountainous region of Amaga, located near the vibrant city of Medellin. The jumping platform was built onto an old, abandoned railway bridge that spanned a massive, breathtaking gorge. Suspended hundreds of feet above a dense green jungle canopy and a rocky riverbed, the bridge was both beautiful and utterly terrifying. To Yenya, looking down into that vast chasm was the definition of a nightmare. Yet, with her boyfriend by her side offering constant encouragement, she made the brave decision to sign up. She wanted to step off that ledge and feel the weight of her fear vanish. However, the reality of the experience began to fall apart the moment they arrived at the site. Because it was a popular weekend, the bridge was completely overwhelmed with tourists. The local adventure company running the operation was struggling to keep up with the massive crowd, resulting in chaotic organization and extremely long delays. Yenya and her boyfriend were forced to stand in a tightly packed queue on the narrow bridge for several agonizing hours. For someone already battling a severe phobia, this extended waiting period was a psychological disaster. Instead of getting the jump over with quickly to experience a rush of relief, Yenya was trapped with her thoughts. For hours, she had to stand on the edge, listening to the rushing wind, looking down into the abyss, and watching person after person scream as they plummeted off the platform. This prolonged exposure did not desensitize her. Instead, it triggered a massive, compounding panic attack. Her heart rate began to skyrocket, her breathing became shallow and rapid, and a heavy sense of dread clouded her mind. Her brain entered a state of pure fight or flight, a condition where logical reasoning shuts down and the body focuses entirely on surviving the perceived threat. She was no longer jumping for fun. She was in a desperate, frantic hurry to get the ordeal over with so she could escape the suffocating anxiety. Finally, after hours of mental torture, their names were called. The couple stepped onto the wooden jumping platform. Due to the high volume of customers and the noise of the wind, the instructors were rushing through their safety checks, trying to move people through the line as quickly as possible. Yenya was in a state of near-blind panic, suffering from a psychological phenomenon known as tunnel vision or auditory exclusion. When a human being is engulfed by extreme terror, their brain filters out peripheral sights and sounds, focusing only on the immediate center of attention. For Yenya, the entire world had shrunk down to the edge of the wooden platform and the voice of the jump instructor. The instructors began preparing the couple. They slipped a heavy, secure body harness around Yenya's torso. This harness was designed to distribute the force of the fall across her chest and waist. However, in bungee jumping, the actual heavy-duty elastic cord is not always attached directly to the torso harness first. It is often clamped securely onto separate ankle straps or a primary carabiner once the jumper is fully positioned at the absolute edge of the platform. The crew had just finished tightening Yenya's torso straps and were in the middle of preparing the equipment for her boyfriend, who was fully rigged and ready to go. Suddenly, one of the instructors looked up, gestured toward the edge, and shouted over the roaring wind, "Okay, jump!" The instructor's command was explicitly intended for Yenya's boyfriend. He was the one whose ropes were checked, cleared, and securely locked into the safety system. Yenya, however, was in no state to process context. Hearing the word jump, her panic-stricken brain fired an instantaneous signal. She completely misunderstood the situation, assuming the command was directed at her. She thought her nightmare was finally supposed to end. Before anyone could realize what was happening or reach out a hand to restrain her, Yenia took a decisive, brave step forward and launched herself off the edge of the railway bridge. The horror that followed was instantaneous. The instructors had only put the body harness on her. They had not yet attached the bungee cord to her body or her ankles. The elastic rope was still lying coiled on the wooden floor of the platform. Yenia had leaped into the open air with absolutely nothing connecting her to the bridge. Her boyfriend and the crew could only watch in silent, paralyzed shock as Yenia plummeted like a stone, accelerating rapidly as she fell hundreds of feet down toward the rocky valley below. Her boyfriend immediately threw off his equipment, desperately scrambled off the platform, and began a frantic, terrifying race down the steep, jungle-covered mountainside to reach the bottom of the gorge. When emergency services and her traumatized boyfriend finally located Yenia's body resting in the dense brush at the base of the canyon, medical professionals rushed to her side. Sadly, the immense impact of the fall had killed her, and there was nothing anyone could do. However, the most haunting and tragic detail of the entire event was uncovered days later during the official medical autopsy. When the forensic pathologists completed their examination of her body, they made a shocking discovery. Yenia had not died from the catastrophic physical trauma caused by impacting the ground. Instead, the medical report concluded that Yenia Gomez had suffered a massive fatal heart attack while she was still falling through the air. The sheer terror of the realization had killed her before she ever hit the ground. In those terrifying, weightless seconds of her descent, as the wind rushed past her and the ground zoomed closer, Yenia's mind must have registered the horrific truth. There was no tension pulling at her harness, no elastic cord snapping her back up toward the sky. She realized she was falling completely unprotected. The sudden, overwhelming surge of pure terror and adrenaline was too much for her heart to bear, causing it to fail completely. It remains a deeply heartbreaking reminder of how a single moment of miscommunication, amplified by the crippling weight of human fear, can lead to an irreversible tragedy. In the realm of modern industrial manufacturing, mass-produced food relies heavily on automation, massive machinery, and rigid schedules. In these environments, time is literally money. For large-scale commercial bakeries, a single hour of halted production can result in thousands of dollars in lost revenue, wasted raw ingredients, and delayed shipments to supermarkets. Tragically, when corporate entities prioritize profit margins and production quotas over basic human safety protocols, the consequences are often catastrophic. This was precisely the environment that set the stage for one of the most horrifying industrial workplace accidents in modern British history. The setting was the Fresha Bakery, a large commercial bread-producing facility located in Leicester, England. At the heart of the factory's operations was a massive, industrial tunnel oven. This colossal machine was roughly 80 feet, about 24 meters long, a giant, enclosed metal structure designed to bake thousands of loaves of bread continuously as they moved through its interior on a slow-moving automated conveyor belt. Because of its immense size and insulation, the oven required a massive amount of energy to heat up and, conversely, an incredibly long time to cool down. In May of 1998, a mechanical issue arose inside the giant oven. One of the heavy metal gears that drove the internal conveyor belt had failed, causing a disruption in the baking line. Under standard, legally mandated safety guidelines, the protocol for repairing such a machine was clear and uncompromising. The oven had to be shut down completely, and maintenance crews were required to wait at least 24 hours to allow the massive metal structure to cool down to a safe ambient temperature before anyone could attempt to enter. However, to the management at Fresha Bakery, a 4-hour shutdown was completely unacceptable. The factory was running on a tight schedule, and stopping production for a full day meant losing approximately $1,500 for every single hour the oven sat idle, on top of the steep costs of hiring specialized external technicians. Seeking a shortcut to save both time and money, the factory management devised a highly dangerous, unauthorized plan. Instead of shutting the oven down and waiting for it to cool, they decided to perform the repairs on the fly. They turned off the heavy gas burners and lowered the temperature settings to the absolute minimum, but they left the internal conveyor belt running. The plan required human workers to physically enter the active oven. The management removed a few specific metal plates from the conveyor belt, creating a narrow gap in the track. The strategy was for a worker to crawl through a small maintenance panel on the side of the oven, slide into the narrow gap on the moving conveyor track, and walk slowly in a hunched position inside the dark tunnel. Because the belt was moving forward, the worker would have to constantly walk at the exact same speed as the conveyor, keeping pace with the machine while searching for the broken gear, fixing it, and then riding the belt out to the exit on the other side. To execute this hazardous task, the management looked for volunteers within their own workforce, offering an attractive financial bonus for anyone willing to step inside. 2 experienced factory workers volunteered: 4-year-old Ian Erickson and 7-year-old David Mays. Both men were dedicated employees, and on that particular evening, they had an additional motivation for wanting the job done quickly. There was a highly anticipated football match airing on television later that night, and both Ian and David wanted to finish their shift as early as possible so they could go home and watch the game with their families. Driven by this desire to expedite the process, the 2 men approached the factory supervisor and asked if they could enter the oven ahead of schedule. The supervisor, eager to get the production line running again, walked over to the side entrance of the massive machine. Instead of looking at the internal temperature gauges or using a proper digital thermometer to verify the actual conditions inside the core of the oven, the supervisor simply placed his bare hand near the air vent. Feeling a stream of cool air from an external ventilation fan blowing near the entrance, he assumed the interior was safe. He gave Ian and David the green light to proceed. Equipped with basic tools and a handheld radio to communicate with the team outside, Ian and David crawled through the small side hatch and stepped into the gap on the moving conveyor belt. Almost immediately, the air hatch was sealed behind them, and they began their slow, forced march through the pitch-black, narrow metal tunnel. For the first few minutes, everything seemed to be going according to plan. But as the conveyor belt carried the 2 men deeper into the dark, enclosed core of the 80-foot structure, the environment transformed into a literal hell. The supervisor's hand test at the entrance had been entirely deceptive. While the outer edges of the oven were cooled by the fans, the deep center of the massive industrial machine had retained a colossal amount of residual heat. About 5 minutes into the operation, Ian's voice crackled over the handheld radio. He informed the supervisor that the air was becoming uncomfortably warm. The supervisor, downplaying the danger, told them it was normal and urged them to keep moving forward. But within seconds, the temperature plummeted them into a panic. The heat in the core of the oven was radiating violently from the thick metal walls and the floor beneath their feet. "No, it's too hot in here!" Ian screamed into the radio, his voice suddenly filled with sheer terror. "It's incredibly hot, we can't breathe!" Horrified by the desperation in the worker's voice, the manager finally ran over to check the main control panel's digital temperature gauges. To his profound horror, the monitors revealed that the temperature in the center of the oven was resting at well over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, more than 93 degrees Celsius, a temperature hot enough to easily boil water and inflict severe, third-degree burns within seconds. A frantic, chaotic panic erupted outside the oven, but the management quickly realized they had trapped the men in an unrecoverable cage. Because of the oven's design, the massive conveyor belt could only move in one direction. It physically could not be reversed. Furthermore, the tunnel was so incredibly narrow and tightly engineered that Ian and David could not turn around or crawl backward without being instantly caught, crushed, and torn apart by the heavy internal gears and chains surrounding the track. Their only hope of survival was to keep walking forward toward the exit at the far end. However, the conveyor belt moved at an agonizingly slow, automated pace. It took a full 17 minutes for a single section of the belt to travel from the entrance to the exit. For over 10 minutes, the entire factory floor stood in paralyzed horror as the agonizing, desperate screams of Ian and David echoed continuously through the handheld radio. They were being cooked alive in total darkness, unable to escape the suffocating, boiling air. Desperate to save their friends, other factory workers grabbed heavy tools, axes, and crowbars, frantically hammering at the thick, insulated metal exterior of the oven, trying to breach the walls. But the industrial plating was too thick to break. By the time the conveyor belt finally reached the exit hatch, the screams over the radio had completely stopped. When the hatch opened, the rescue crew dragged Ian Erickson out of the machine. The extreme heat had overwhelmed his respiratory system and inflicted catastrophic thermal burns across his entire body. He had died of heat stroke and suffocation seconds before reaching the exit. David Mays, trailing slightly behind, had lost consciousness due to the extreme heat in the center of the oven, collapsed onto the moving track, and was subsequently caught and fatally crushed by the heavy machinery near the exit terminal. The tragedy sent shockwaves through the community and led to a massive investigation by health and safety authorities. The company was found guilty of extreme negligence and corporate manslaughter, receiving massive financial penalties, while the individual managers faced severe legal repercussions. The heartbreaking loss of Ian and David remains a grim, definitive example of the horrific cost of corporate greed, serving as a permanent warning of what happens when human lives are compromised for the sake of industrial efficiency. The forces of nature are often perceived as slow, predictable, and distant. We walk on paved roads, park our cars on solid concrete, and trust that the ground beneath our feet is unyielding. However, beneath the surface of our modern cities lies a complex, invisible network of infrastructure that, when combined with natural geological processes, can transform a mundane afternoon into a waking nightmare. Among all the sudden geological hazards, few are as terrifying or as inescapable as the sinkhole. By definition, a sinkhole is a massive depression or hole in the ground caused by some form of collapse of the surface layer. Most commonly, they form when water either from heavy rainfall, natural underground rivers, or ruptured internal water mains slowly dissolves the soluble bedrock layer, such as limestone or salt beds, underneath the soil. Over months or years, the water hollows out immense, vacant caverns beneath the earth, leaving only a thin, fragile crust of topsoil and asphalt above. To anyone walking on the surface, everything looks perfectly normal. But underneath, there is nothing but an empty, echoing void. When the weight on the surface finally exceeds the structural strength of that remaining thin crust, the ground breaks open instantly. If an unfortunate individual happens to fall into a large sinkhole, their chances of survival are astronomically low. Unlike a regular pit, the ground inside a sinkhole after the initial implosion does not remain stable. It continues to sink, crumble, and churn like a massive vortex of quicksand beneath one's feet. Even if a victim manages to scramble to the sides of the chasm, escaping is physically impossible. The surrounding soil is completely loose, wet, and unstable, offering absolutely no handholds or traction. You are essentially trapped in a shifting, subterranean cage that slowly pulls you deeper into the earth. Fortunately, most natural sinkholes form gradually, giving geological experts and local residents plenty of warning signs, such as cracked foundations, tilted trees, or small depressions in the dirt. But when human engineering fails beneath the streets, a sinkhole can appear out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. This is precisely what happened in the heart of winter in the Russian Federation. To understand the unique horror of the disaster that unfolded, one must understand how modern Russian cities survived the brutal sub-zero winter months. In many parts of Russia, individual residential and commercial buildings do not have their own independent heating furnaces. Instead, municipalities rely on a centralized district heating system. Massive industrial municipal plants boil colossal volumes of water and pump it through a vast, sprawling network of heavy-duty underground pipes directly into businesses, schools, and apartment complexes across the city. This water is not merely warm, it is pushed through the grid at boiling temperatures, radiating intense heat to keep entire communities from freezing to death. On the morning of the 19th of November 2019, in the Russian city of Penza, a historic industrial hub located approximately 340 miles south of Moscow, this vital life-saving infrastructure turned into a weapon of mass destruction. Deep beneath the asphalt of a busy local grocery store car park, a massive, high-pressure central heating pipe suddenly burst. Initially, nobody in the area had any idea that a catastrophic failure had occurred. The rupture happened several meters underground, hidden entirely from view. However, thousands of gallons of pressurized boiling water began to erupt from the broken pipe, violently washing away the packed sand, dirt, and stone foundation supporting the parking lot above. Within hours, the boiling torrent had carved out a massive hollow cavern directly beneath the asphalt. As the morning progressed, a few local witnesses walking past the car park noticed something unusual. Thin, ghostly plumes of white steam were gently rising from the cracks in the asphalt near the parked cars. In the freezing Russian winter air, however, seeing steam or heat radiating from underground vents was a common sight. None of the bystanders thought anything of it. They assumed it was a minor, routine venting of the city's heating system. No one mullah suspected that the solid-looking asphalt of the parking lot was now nothing more than a fragile, hollow shell suspended over a roaring reservoir of boiling water and liquid mud. A short time later, a gray Lada Larga station wagon pulled into the car park. Inside the vehicle were two local men aged 49 and 53 who had driven to the store to run a few ordinary daily errands. The driver navigated the vehicle through the lot, looking for an open space, and slowly steered the car directly toward the area where the steam was rising. The moment the heavy front tires of the Lada rolled onto that specific patch of asphalt, the fragile crust completely gave way under the vehicle's weight. The ground did not just crack, it imploded violently. In a fraction of a second, a massive, gaping sinkhole tore open beneath the car. The front of the Lada dropped instantly into the abyss, and the entire vehicle flipped forward, plunging upside down into a deep chasm filled to the brim with raging, churning water that had reached temperatures of over 170 degrees Fahrenheit, 75 degrees Celsius. The horror of the situation was immediate and absolute. The vehicle was completely submerged in the boiling pit, and the impact of the fall jammed the car doors tightly against the crumbling, shifting walls of the sinkhole. Terrified, bystanders rushed toward the edge of the pit, desperate to help, but they were instantly driven back by the suffocating waves of intense heat and scalding steam erupting from the hole. The boiling water quickly flooded the interior cabin of the trapped car. By the time emergency rescue services arrived at the scene with heavy cranes and specialized thermal suits, it was already too late. The churning, unstable nature of the sinkhole made the extraction process incredibly dangerous, as the edges of the pavement continued to collapse into the water. When workers finally managed to hook the vehicle and hoist the crushed Lada out of the steaming crater, they made a heartbreaking discovery. Both men inside had succumbed to severe thermal trauma and drowning within minutes of the initial collapse. The Penza sinkhole disaster remains a deeply chilling example of how quickly and quietly the ordinary world can collapse beneath us. It stands as a tragic testament to the invisible dangers hidden within our industrial societies, where a simple drive to the grocery store can end in a sudden, inescapable struggle against a boiling abyss. In the realm of modern music history, there are very few artists who truly lived the brutal realities they sang about. For Rosalino Chileno Sanchez, the pioneer of narco-corridos drug ballads, authenticity was not a marketing strategy, it was a blood-soaked reality. By the early 1990s, Chileno had transformed from a poor immigrant, fleeing a vendetta in Sinaloa, Mexico, into the undisputed king of underground Mexican music in the United States. His raw, unpolished voice resonated deeply with millions of working-class immigrants and youth who found solace in his gritty stories of smugglers, outlaws, and cartel violence. However, singing about the criminal underworld is an inherently lethal profession. In the highly volatile world of narco-corridos, immortalizing one cartel boss in a song meant instantly making an enemy of a rival faction. Chileno was fully aware that he was walking through a minefield with every performance. He knew that many of his songs had angered dangerous men, and he lived with the constant lingering knowledge that an assassination attempt was not a matter of if, but okay. Because of this ever-present danger, Cellino made it a strict personal rule never to travel unprotected. Whenever he stepped out in public or walked onto a concert stage, he carried a loaded semi-automatic handgun tucked discreetly into his waistband. This lethal convergence of music and violence reached a terrifying climax on the night of the 25th of January 1992. Cellino was scheduled to perform a highly anticipated concert at the Plaza Los Arcos, a popular nightclub in Coachella, California. The venue was completely sold out, packed to the brim with over 1,000 passionate fans who had gathered to drink, dance, and see their idol perform live. The energy in the club was electric, the air thick with anticipation as the backing band struck up the traditional brass and accordion melodies. Cellino walked onto the stage to a roaring ovation. Wearing his signature cowboy hat and a sharp suit, he immediately commanded the room. He began singing his famous ballads, his distinct, raspy voice echoing through the crowded venue. For the first part of the night, the concert was a massive success. The crowd sang along to every word, raising their glasses to the man who gave a voice to the outlaws. But hidden deep within the dense crowd of 1,000 fans was a man named Eduardo Gallegos. Gallegos was a local 32-year-old unemployed man with a history of volatile behavior. He had not come to the club to enjoy the music. He had arrived with a specific, deadly objective. Tucked away in his jacket was a loaded .25 caliber pistol. Around midnight, in the middle of Cellino's performance, Gallegos suddenly broke away from the crowd. Pushing past unsuspecting bystanders, he aggressively scrambled up onto the elevated stage, breaching the thin line of security. Before the band members or the audience could even comprehend what was happening, Gallegos marched directly toward Cellino, pulled out his handgun, and pointed it straight at the singer's chest. What happened next would permanently cement Cellino Sanchez's name into the annals of folklore. In a situation where almost any ordinary person would have panicked, frozen in fear, or begged for mercy, Cellino's survival instincts, forged in the violent streets of Sinaloa, instantly kicked in. He did not flinch, duck, or attempt to run away. Instead, as Gallegos pulled his trigger, Cellino displayed an almost supernatural level of composure. At the exact same moment the assassin fired, Cellino reached into his own waistband, pulled out his 9mm pistol, and began returning fire at point-blank range. The nightclub instantly exploded into pure, unadulterated chaos. The upbeat, festive music screeched to a sudden halt as the deafening, sharp cracks of real gunfire echoed through the speakers. A violent, chaotic gun battle erupted directly on the stage. Gallegos fired his weapon repeatedly, and one of his initial rounds tore through Cellino's torso, critically wounding the singer. Despite being shot and losing blood rapidly, Cellino stood his ground, maintaining his grip on his weapon and continuing to unleash a barrage of bullets at his attacker. Seeing their idol under fire, several brave members of the audience and Cellino's personal entourage rushed the stage. A frantic, desperate struggle ensued as they attempted to tackle and disarm Gallegos. During the wild close-quarters melee, weapons continued to discharge erratically. One of the loose firearms was grabbed by an associate who accidentally fired into the crowd, further amplifying the horror. Down on the floor of the nightclub, pure panic took over. 1,000 terrified, screaming fans scrambled over tables and chairs, desperately stampeding toward the exit doors to escape the crossfire. People threw themselves onto the floor, shielding their loved ones as bullets whistled through the air. When the smoke finally cleared and the police arrived at the bloody scene, the true scale of the carnage became apparent. Eduardo Gallegos had been shot multiple times by Cellino and was quickly tackled to the ground by the crowd, who severely beat him before handover to the authorities. Cellino Sanchez was slumped on the stage, bleeding profusely from a near-fatal gunshot wound to his abdomen. The erratic, stray bullets flying off the stage had struck several innocent bystanders. In total, 8 people were wounded, and tragically, a 2-0 year-old man named Claudio Renova was struck by a stray bullet and killed instantly. Cellino was rushed to a nearby hospital in critical condition. For several days, he hovered on the brink of death, undergoing emergency surgeries to repair the severe internal damage caused by the assassin's bullet. Ultimately, his strength prevailed, and he survived the horrific ordeal. The Coachella incident was a massive turning point. In the corporate music industry, a chaotic shootout that leaves a bystander dead would usually destroy an artist's career, making them too dangerous for venues to book. But in the world of narco-corridos, the event had the exact opposite effect. It did not ruin Cellino, it turned him into a living god. He was no longer just a musician singing poetic stories about dangerous outlaws. He was a real-world outlaw who had stood face-to-face with an assassin on a public stage, drawn his own weapon, and fought for his life in a blaze of glory. He had lived the very violence that defined his art. His album sales skyrocketed, and his legendary status became completely untouchable. Tragically, this intense fame also painted an even larger target on his back, setting off the final countdown toward his ultimate assassination in Sinaloa just 4 months later. The Coachella shootout remains a terrifying, definitive moment where the illusion of entertainment shattered, exposing the deadly reality behind the music. In the study of aviation disasters, investigators often look at mechanical failures, severe weather, or structural defects to explain why a tragedy occurred. But occasionally, a catastrophe happens in perfect conditions, driven entirely by human miscommunication and visual illusion. The mid-air collision involving Pacific Southwest Airlines PSA Flight 182 over San Diego on the 25th of September 1978 is one such event. While the radar tracks and flight paths tell the technical story of how a Boeing 727 and a tiny Cessna 172 collided, the true, heartbreaking reality of the disaster is preserved inside the cockpit voice recorder, CVR, the black box that captured the final words, decisions, and emotions of the crew and passengers. To understand the atmosphere inside the cockpit before the chaos, one must realize how comfortable the crew felt. Captain James McFerrin and First Officer Robert Fox flew this regional route frequently. The morning was exceptionally clear, and because they were flying under Visual Flight Rules, VFR, they felt entirely in control. They were laughing, chatting with off-duty PSA employees who were hitching a ride in the cockpit's extra jump seats, and preparing for a routine landing at Lindbergh Field. The first shift in atmosphere occurred when air traffic control warned them about a small Cessna in their vicinity. First Officer Fox spotted a plane, reported it, and the crew went back to their landing checklists. What they did not know was that they had spotted the wrong aircraft. The real Cessna 172, flown by a student pilot and his instructor, was climbing directly ahead of them, moving much slower than the commercial jet. Because the Boeing 727 was descending with its nose pitched upward, the Cessna completely disappeared into a blind spot beneath the cockpit floor. As the jet closed the distance from behind, a subtle anxiety began to ripple through the cockpit. The crew couldn't see the Cessna anymore. The black box recorded the pilots trying to reassure themselves. "I think he's passed off to our right," Captain McFerrin muttered, searching the blue sky. "Yeah," First Officer Fox responded, though his voice lacked conviction. A few seconds later, a voice from one of the off-duty employees in the jump seat quietly noted the danger of the busy airspace, stating, "There's a lot of traffic out there. It's a busy place," the captain agreed. The tension was low, but the uncertainty was there. They assumed the plane was gone, but they didn't know. Instead of double-checking with radar controllers, they pressed forward. That silent gap in certainty proved fatal. At exactly 9:47 a.m., a violent, deafening crunch reverberated through the aircraft. The belly of the Boeing 727 slammed over the top of the Cessna at 2,600 feet. The impact was catastrophic. The small plane disintegrated, tearing open the structural framework of the Boeing's right wing and severing all internal hydraulic lines. Instantly, the entire atmosphere inside the cockpit shattered. The relaxed, professional environment vanished, replaced by an absolute cacophony of emergency alarms. The master caution lights flashed red, and the mechanical stick shaker began to violently vibrate the pilot's control wheels, warning them that the aircraft was losing aerodynamic lift. Because the hydraulic fluid was spraying out into the open air, the controls went completely slack. The giant airliner rolled heavily to the right and pitched forward into a terrifying, near-vertical dive toward a residential neighborhood below. In those final 30 seconds, as gravity pulled everything forward and the wind roared outside the cracked structure, the flight crew demonstrated incredible psychological resilience. There was no screaming, no wild panic, and no breakdown of order. Captain McFerrin and First Officer Fox fought with all their physical strength to pull back on the control columns, desperately trying to get the nose of the plane up. "What have we got here?" Fox asked, his muscles straining against the unresponsive controls. "We're hit, man. We're hit," McFerrin responded, his voice remarkably focused. Realizing the aircraft was completely unresponsive, McFerrin kept his finger on the radio trigger. He did not want the world to wonder what had happened. He keyed his microphone to inform the control tower of their fate. "Tower, we're going down. This is PSA," he reported calmly. Inside the main cabin, the 128 passengers were suddenly thrown into a living nightmare. The plane was diving at an angle so steep that the windows showed nothing but the roofs of houses and streets rushing up at over 300 miles per hour. The immense G-forces made it difficult to move. Luggage tore free from overhead bins, and the cabin was filled with the terrifying sound of rushing air and the roar of the burning right wing. Yet, even in the face of certain death, the human spirit looked for connection. In those final 15 seconds, passengers clung to the hands of strangers or loved ones sitting next to them. Some began to pray silently, while others tried to comfort terrified children. Back in the cockpit, the flight engineer struggled to manage the failing engines. The captain, looking through the front windshield, saw the residential streets of North Park zooming closer. He knew there was nothing left to do. The mechanical struggle was over, and only the human moment remained. Trying to bring a shred of comfort to his dying crew and the machine they loved, Captain McFerrin muttered his final famous words to the airplane. "Easy, baby." It was a phrase used by veteran pilots to gently coax an aircraft out of a rough maneuver, a final, tragic sign of affection for the grinning bird that was about to die. Just 3 seconds before the impact, as the shadows of houses engulfed the cockpit windows, the CVR captured one final heartbreaking sound from the cabin area. An unknown voice, perhaps an off-duty pilot or a flight attendant opening the cockpit door, shouted a final message into the void. "I love you, Mom." At 9:02 a.m., the Boeing 727 slammed directly into the intersection of Dwight and Niles Streets. The kinetic energy of the 300 mph impact completely pulverized the aircraft, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire city of San Diego. All 144 lives were extinguished in a fraction of a second. The physical wreckage was cleared away long ago, but the audio recording of those final 30 seconds remains a permanently chilling monument to the tragedy, a deeply moving record of professional bravery, tragic resignation, and the enduring power of human love at the literal edge of existence. The human body is an extraordinary, resilient machine, equipped with sophisticated survival mechanisms that have evolved over millions of years. When faced with an immediate life-threatening danger, our brain triggers an instantaneous command known as the fight-or-flight response. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream, the pupils dilate to take in more light, breathing quickens to oxygenate the muscles, and the heart pumps violently to prepare the body to either battle the threat or run away from it. It is an evolutionary masterpiece designed to keep us alive. However, like any high-powered system, there is a breaking point. When the mind is subjected to a level of pure, absolute terror that it cannot comprehend or escape, that very same survival mechanism can backfire, transforming our biological defenses into a fatal weapon. This profound and terrifying psychological phenomenon is at the absolute core of Yenia Gomez's tragedy on the abandoned railway bridge in Omega, Colombia. To fully comprehend the horror of her final moments, one must look beyond the physical sequence of events and examine the sheer, devastating power of human fear. Yenia was a young analytical lawyer whose mind was trained to seek order, logic, and predictability. Yet, she carried a severe, debilitating phobia of heights. A phobia is not just a rational dislike, it is an intense, irrational dread that paralyzes the nervous system. When Yenya agreed to accompany her boyfriend bungee jumping in July of 2021, she was attempting an act of extreme psychological exposure. She wanted to confront her monster head-on. But a phobia cannot be reasoned with, and the environment at the bridge shattered her mental defenses before she ever stepped onto the platform. The multi-hour delay on the crowded bridge acted as a slow drip poison to her nervous system. As she stood over the massive chasm watching others drop into the abyss, her body was already locked in an uncontrollable panic attack. Her heart was racing at maximum capacity for hours, depleting her body's natural reserves of calm. By the time her name was called, Yenya was no longer operating on logic. She was experiencing severe tunnel vision and auditory exclusion, a psychological state where the brain, overwhelmed by terror, shuts down peripheral awareness. The roaring wind, the visual depth of the gorge, and the chaotic sounds of the crowd blurred into a single, terrifying sensory overload. Her mind was screaming for an escape, desperate to get the ordeal over with. When the instructor shouted, "Okay, jump!" a command meant solely for her fully secured boyfriend. Yenia's hyper-focused, panic-stricken brain registered only one thing. It was time to leap into the void to make the terror stop. She stepped off the wooden ledge and launched herself into the open air. But the elastic bungee cord had not been attached to her body. She was falling completely unprotected. What happens to the human mind and body during a definitive, unprotected fall from hundreds of feet in the air? In aviation and extreme sports accidents, this interval is referred to as the descent phase, a brief, agonizing window of time where a conscious individual realizes with absolute certainty that they are going to die. For Yenya Gomez, this descent lasted only a matter of 4 to 5 seconds. But inside the theater of her mind, those few seconds stretched out into an eternity of pure, unadulterated horror. As she left the platform, Yenya expected to feel the familiar, reassuring tug of the heavy harness tightening around her chest or ankles. She expected the violent, elastic recoil of the bungee rope to snap her safely back upward toward the sky. Instead, there was only the weightless, frictionless sensation of a terminal freefall. The wind roared past her ears, and the green jungle canopy and jagged rocks of the riverbed zoomed toward her at an accelerating pace of nearly 100 miles per hour. In that precise fraction of a second, the illusion of safety vanished. Yenia's conscious mind registered the ultimate horror. There was no cord. She was completely detached from the bridge, falling helplessly to her death. The physiological response to this realization was immediate and catastrophic. Pathologists and forensic scientists who study sudden death from fear note that when a person realizes they are in a completely inescapable fatal situation, the brain's amygdala sends a massive, unprecedented panic signal to the adrenal glands. The body releases a colossal, toxic surge of adrenaline and catecholamines, stress hormones, directly into the cardiovascular system. This massive chemical tidal wave hits the heart like a physical blow. The sudden influx of adrenaline forces the heart muscle to contract so violently and rapidly that it can no longer pump blood efficiently. The heart enters a chaotic, lethal rhythm known as ventricular fibrillation. The muscular walls of the heart begin to quiver helplessly instead of beating, causing blood pressure to instantly drop to zero. The brain is starved of oxygen, and consciousness fades. When the forensic team performed the official autopsy on Yenya's body, they expected to find that her death was caused by the massive deceleration trauma of impacting the rocky ground at the bottom of the gorge. Instead, the medical examiners made a startling and deeply haunting discovery. Her lungs and internal cardiovascular structures showed definitive signs that her heart had completely failed prior to impact. The profound, overwhelming terror of her realization had physically broken her heart while she was still suspended in midair. Her mind had processed a level of fear so immense that the body chose to shut down completely rather than endure the final impact. The story of Yenia Gomez is frequently cited as a tragic cautionary tale regarding industrial negligence and safety communication. But on a deeper, more profound level, it serves as an incredibly dark and thought-provoking study of the limits of human endurance. It proves that our emotions are not merely abstract thoughts. They are powerful, tangible forces that dictate our physical reality. Yenia did not die from the gravity of the earth, nor did she die from the stone below. She was killed by the sheer weight of her own realization, leaving behind a haunting legacy that reminds us that sometimes the ultimate limits of human fear can be just as lethal as a physical blow. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.